Hello, everybody, and welcome to Paddling Pool 352. Hopefully, a full stream today. I am Ray, and together with me is Rocket, who's also commentating Block 1 today. Hello, Rocket, how are you?
I am doing wonderful, right? And we got the R&R commentator block here for you, looking at Paddling Pool 352. Just like you mentioned, looking at things in round one, as always, best of three territory. Taking a look at our first matchup, we got Zeitgeist and Blood Moon as our round one.
Yeah, exactly. We have Zeitgeist, as you said, on one side. It's a bunch of German, like high-level players. A couple of people from who used to be Operation Zero, and yeah, I think it's mainly just the old guys of Operation Zero, with a couple of new people, and we have Blood Moon on the other side. They've been playing a bunch of tournaments. As well recently, a mid-level or like low-level to mid-level team, European. Yeah, and they're going to be playing tower control on Make 'em Out for the first match. They're going to see. So I'm excited. Excited to watch this match here.
Yeah, Tower Control, just like you mentioned, really leans into those weapons that have great AoE damage. Those weapons such as blasters, such as sloshers, those type of weapons that can poke from above and below, and stampers to throw into that mix as well. And to kind of amplify that emphasis, you see it be played on Macomart as our game one in particular, with what I mentioned. The geometry of the map really leans into those weapons that can poke around the corners, because a lot of the map is built in reality, when you break it down, really just built into kind of large rectangles, large squares. Those corners you can really play around well.
Yeah, and as I'm like scrolling a bit through the member lists here, I am seeing a lot of buckets, a lot of blasters, the weapons you just mentioned that work really well on Mako Mart. So they're obviously going to take advantage of good positioning for their respective weapons. We also see a bit of a crab going on Zeitgeist if Majora is playing with his splash. So a lot of weapons, a lot of specials that can work well on Mako Mart, especially as on tower control as well. So I think this match is going to be very interesting. The angles that we're going to see are going to be very familiar, as we're going to expect them from the AoE weapons on either teams.
Touching on what you were mentioning about the specials. Special usage is always vital in the game of Splatoon competitive, and none more is it emphasized within Tower Control, because not only are the correct specials or the best specials needed for those checkpoint areas that naturally give those choke points, those areas of where teams are going to be fighting over the tower, but it also needs to be emphasized the importance of when they are utilized, specifically with stuff such as strikes, such as booyah bombs, such as with a big bubbler. These specials provide so much space and so much control, but in the wrong hands or used at a not opportune time, they can be very much wasted. So these teams will need to emphasize the use of them specifically on those checkpoints, like I mentioned, and more specifically in terms of Macomart, that second checkpoint where the defenders have a lot of sight lines they can poke the tower from.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it. The second checkpoint is relatively difficult to break out of. The opponents have the high ground and have a little bit of cover behind the glass panel on the right side as well. So it can be difficult to push onto it. And well, we're going into the match right now. Actually, so we're gonna see what these two teams are gonna be doing. As we thought already, we see an S-Blast and a bucket on the side of Zeitgeist, and an S-Blast again on the side of Blood Moon, but we see a brush. We don't see it a lot, and I think it's always fun to watch brushes. They're very fun weapons to commentate.
For sure, and that is a weapon that my team actually runs, and really the role of the brush is to cause a lot of havoc, a lot of destruction in the background, so that's going to be the unique X factor on Blood Moon, and you see Ray doing it already, just being this nuisance on the right side, not necessarily specifically going for the picks, but to draw attention. That is the main purpose of the brush. That's something that Zeitgeist has to pay attention to, and you see it already provide that natural spacing, as you see Blood Moon continuously moving forward and already capping that first checkpoint with 3 members down on Zeitgeist.
As you said, the bucket unfortunately dying with their strikes here. The ink brush in the spawn already wreaking havoc, as you've been saying. The shot trying to maybe help themselves, but it doesn't really work. They are moving on to the 3rd checkpoint, but the S-Blast is obviously going to try to camp the tower together with the bucket. They get the pick, get the tower back a little bit. Maybe they can save it into mid, but they're gonna need to keep getting the picks here, because Blood Moon is already back in mid, and getting the picks here goes down unfortunately again, and I think that might be the end of the push for now.
And right, only a minute and 20 has passed, and you see Blood Moon already getting past 2 checkpoints, and specifically, I was talking about how hard it is to get past that 2nd checkpoint on this map in particular, but Blood Moon made it a very easy task, just moving forward, moving along, and Zeitgeist now looking for the counterattack with the Zuka on the sprite side coming out from the shot, but Ray, of course, on that brush, drawing so much attention away that Zeitgeist just has to pay attention to them every movement.
Yeah, I feel like they can't predict the ink brush's movement, which is very good. That's what the ink brush is supposed to do. They're supposed to be a little... Oh my god, that hammer throw! Okay, unfortunately goes down to a bomb here, which might give Zeitgeist another opening to get back into mid, but they're gonna need to move quickly. Oh, they get a wipeout this time and can take back control of the middle here, which resets Blood Moon completely. But, I mean, as you just said, Zeitgeist will need to push past that relatively difficult checkpoint on the side of Blood Moon here, and, well, they're gonna need to put in a lot of work to do that.
A great pick onto Tariq here for Zeitgeist off the rip, and Ray down as well. Zeitgeist have a lot of resources to utilize here. They have a shot Zuka, you have the strikes coming out as well, potentially just waiting for the opportune moment, just like I was mentioning earlier. This 2nd checkpoint is where I imagine that strikes is going to be utilized, as well as the S-Blast's Booyah Bomb. Blossom, a nice shot onto Penguin here, just waiting for the opportune moment to utilize it, as Blood Moon trying desperately to find an opening, trying to find the crack in this push to slow down the momentum, but that could be it right there with a Tariq counter pick on this S-Blast on the left side.
And they obviously also saw the member of Zeitgeist that was on the left side here trying to get a pick, maybe on the bucket that's trying to take control over the left side here. Oh, that was very, very close, but the S-Blast here was able to salvage it just in time. They are back to square one. Zeitgeist is moving the tower once again, but oh, obviously they're gonna... Oh, okay, they jumped out just in time. They're gonna try to get their Booyah ready, perhaps, maybe not. They're going for the pick on the other S-Blast instead. Maybe a little bit of distraction. Unfortunately, this goes down. 2 people on the side of Blood Moon are down now as well, but they take control over the left side, which is very good for them.
Yeah, 50 seconds left.
Oh.
Nice bomb onto the bubble, barely being able to chip the player that was outside that junior. And with 3 members down on the side of Blood Moon, it is looking very dangerous for them, as this lead could potentially switch here. It's all about momentum. It's all about the 2nd checkpoint push, and it's all about these specials. Booyah bombs being traded out from both sides, but 3 members are down for Zeitgeist here, leaving them not a lot of time now left in the match to operate. Blood Moon will take this opportunity to move up mid, but with 20 seconds left and with the amount of GG specials you have on both sides, it's going to be a tough task for Zeitgeist to get back.
They're going to have to make moves. They're going to have to get picks, especially on the members with those GG specials. As you just mentioned, the strikes are coming out to maybe get them in, but there's an S-Blast on the left side wreaking havoc. It goes down, though. 2 people are down on the side of Blood Moon. It's only the brush left in mid. They go down as well, but they couldn't get back to the tower in time, and Blood Moon is able to get the first point here.
And sometimes that's all it takes to really win a match, to just set the pace really early and then never look back, just play keep away the entire way. And that's exactly what Blood Moon did there. Zeitgeist had an opportunity to really continue their snowball, continue that momentum, and despite them going 3 players down near the 40-second mark, near the 20-second mark, the S-Blast on the side of Blood Moon Tariq went down, and that was a great opportunity for Zeitgeist to potentially get things going, as that was Blood Moon's GG special. Blood Moon only had that Booyah Bomb for Tariq, and if that wasn't online, then Zeitgeist had an opportunity and had a chance to take up that left side, but several times there you saw that tower just without a player on it slowly move its way back, and the pushes for Zeitgeist wasn't able to continue. So that's just something that you'll have to take on the chin and keep going. This is best of 3 territory, of course, so Zeitgeist has the opportunity to punch back, and it's going to be on Rainmaker Scourge.
Yeah, this map might be interesting because last match we saw the Brush do a lot of work with the distraction. I always say when talking about the game that distraction is one of the most important or one of the most powerful things you can do, because that's you can just fully control the match by distracting the enemy team, and you can take so much control by forcing them into an area they don't want to be in. This map is a little bit different because there is basically one choke point where you have to get through, unless you go over the grates, which happens like once every 3 months maybe. Most of the time you're gonna go across the right checkpoint through that little chokehold, so it's a lot easier to stall out the Brush. You just have to watch the grates and the left side. So maybe they'll do better on this one. We see Vac Cheese with a rapid though.
Yes, Blossom
That's
switching
fun.
away. Yeah, switching away from the pen, I believe that they were running last time, and moving over to that Vac Cheese. Will it be the difference? We'll have to wait and see here, as it is match point already in this best of 3. But Zeitgeist already off to a better start that they had previously. 3 down on the side of Blood Moon off rip, and looking very poised to already get this first checkpoint. First checkpoints in a Rainmaker, usually a given after the first win in the team fight, but this is where that Vac Cheese could really come in handy, Rye.
Oh, definitely, and they're immediately using it to counter the bombs, to counter the bubble. Survives the stamp by killing them with the vac. Shot. The Rainmaker goes down to 16. Another map where it's relatively difficult to push very far, but this time it is Zeitgeist managing to do that here. The S-Blast trying to get a pick here on the Splatter Shot Pro. Unfortunately goes down, and 2 people of Blood Moon, 3 people of Blood Moon are down again. The Pro is able to hold a little bit of control and just is gonna wait for their teammates to come back with the Rainmaker and their own specials. The Vac again, by the way.
And this is basically the inverse of what I was saying last time in terms of a team being able to control this area. You saw Blood Moon being able to play keep away for the entirety of that Macamar game, and now Zeitgeist completely flipping the script here onto Blood Moon, taking a page out of their own book with that lead all the way down to 16. Like you already mentioned, right? A map that's very notorious for pushing. It's very difficult to do so, but with that Vac Cheese, being able to move it to that 16-point mark is a 100% winnable score to win from. So now you just have Zeitgeist poking away, trying to control that mid control, and it's going to be a long 3 minutes for Blood Moon to attempt to get a counter push.
Yeah, they're probably gonna go do the same thing that Blood Moon did to them last match, as you mentioned, and just maybe stall out. I mean, they don't necessarily need to push again. 16 is a very, very easy score to protect on this map, especially because they have so much chip damage with the bucket and the rapid being able to constantly chip the enemy team. They're trying to go from the flanks, and it looks like Zeitgeist is actually trying to push further with the Vac ready now. And what? Okay, so, this is the second time we've seen that set that a bomb throw against a bubble shield happens.
Yes, very well heads up play from the bucket, just being able to be aware of that. And that listened
Oh,
to a lot of us that saying, hey, stay inside your bubbles. That walls and bubbles have been the danger zone, especially for those looking to just chuck away at bombs. And you see Zeitgeist continue this stall here, just leaving Blood Moon stuck in their own elbow with not a lot of resources to utilize. I mean, you just saw
down.
3 specials pretty much from Blood Moon being utilized, but to no real benefit to themselves. The bubble was quickly canceled out, that hammer quickly canceled out, and the Booyah Bomb from Tariq countered by a Booyah Bomb of their own. But Tariq with a nice double direct could be the opening that they need. A triple now will lead Blood Moon to finally get headway into mid, and it seems like since the beginning of the match, right? I mean, it's been about 3.5 minutes, and Blood Moon finally moving into Zeitgeist's side of the map.
Yeah, they might get the first checkpoint here if they can protect the Rainmaker. They can't, and they go down before they can get that checkpoint. And 3 people of Blood Moon are down now as well, which gives Zeitgeist just the... Oh, never mind, that's a bubble, and a lot of jumps from the other members of Blood Moon. They are able to hold that control on the left side and maybe salvage this push, but it is not looking too good for... Oh! But there's a brush that might be able to distract them enough to get the rest of Blood Moon in, but they're just really good at protecting the Rainmaker over there and not letting Blood Moon in to pick them.
Yeah, although Ray was able to draw a lot of eyes on that right side, Blood Moon wasn't able to really make use of it, and that is kind of the enigma that you have with running a brush. Just because you're able to cause a distraction doesn't mean your team is always ready to really follow up on it, and the rest of Blood Moon wasn't really able to capitalize on that. So with 15 seconds left, 2 specials on the side of Zeitgeist to really stall this out, including the VAC and the trip strikes. It does look like they can sit comfortably in this driver's seat, especially with that double takedown there on the side of Blood Moon, and with the GG strikes coming in, you just have to imagine now all it takes is one person on Zeitgeist to grab it just like that. And now we are looking at set points for game 3.
It's always so funny watching like a best of 3 or just 2 matches back to back where the teams feel like they flipped. Mm-hmm. Because, like, I mean, we already mentioned it at the start when Zeitgeist got that massive push into Blood Moon's base. That, I mean, Blood Moon did the same thing on Mako Mart, but they just got the first picks and immediately ran with it and had the VAC ready, and that just did so much work, and Blood Moon could not recover. They just couldn't get into the base of Zeitgeist. They couldn't get the control over there. And now it comes down to Clamblitz on Umami Ruins, who takes this set and who's able to go into winner's bracket round 2.
Now, the funniest thing that could happen here is for the theatrics, these teams being deadlocked in this game 3, because just like you mentioned, both teams had a game where they were able to get a dominant push and play from keep away. Now, with this being game 3, could this be where the pacing kind of slows down a little bit, where both teams aren't able to really get much in their first push, or will it be where a team is able to get a little bit of that success they had in one of those previous games and kind of carry it away? That is the major question. But with it being Clamblitz Umami, it's one of those modes that really leans into the volatility that anything can change in a quick amount of time, while other maps such as Tower Control, such as Rainmaker, are slower paced and also really more difficult to get a quick counterattacks just due to the nature of the objective. Of course, with Tower, you are locked to the speed of the tower, and with Rainmaker, you are locked to the speed of the carrier. Clamblitz, it's all fighting, it's all dictated at your own team's pace, so it's something to keep your eyes on here as we look at the tiebreaker. Something to keep your eye on, of course, for Blood Moon, that X Factor is going to be Ray. We do see a return to a similar comp that we saw in game 1 for Zeitgeist, but a completely different one for Blood Moon.
Oh, we see a Kraken Octobrush this time, which is... I think Kraken is fun. I mean, obviously, Kraken Cheese itself doesn't exist in the same way it used to in this mode, but it is still a very, very good way to get in, and I think that's their way of addressing their inability to get into the base last match. But oh, the Pen getting a pick here, trying to survive and getting jumps back into mid, and I mean, is successfully doing so. They are getting the picks here as well. Zeitgeist just needs to push in with those picks now. The brush had to jump out as well, which gives them a little bit more. Oh, never mind. There it is.
Yep. That's the beauty of a Ninja Squid Octoburst, being able to pop out of nowhere, and that has led to Blood Moon now leading to that wipeout. No specials to really utilize, but Ray will open things up here for the scoring on Blood Moon with the cost of their life. But will there be any follow-up? Tariq going in with the Zipcaster as well to cause some distraction. You have some follow-up from the Junior, but it does look like it will be a minimum push as Zeitgeist very wonderfully rallied to the basket and to keep Blood Moon at bay, leading now to a 71 to 100 score. But this is the nature of Clam Blitz. The counterattacks can be very strong, given now that Pity Clam waiting in the wings for Zeitgeist for this counter push, who have already operated their way into mid, and with the Pro with a ball in their possession.
Yes, exactly, and they seem to be going for their specials to maybe be able to get back into mid here. The Stamper trying to control the dome here. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to say something, and then there's a brush just out of the blue. I mean, that's just what brush gameplay, especially Octobrush gameplay, is just like. They go for the kills, but they go for they just dashed right into a bomb as well. But there's another push here from Blood Moon down to 41 this time, but it is a wipeout, which means Zeitgeist is maybe able to get very far in front with the big clam that they already have.
41 is a much better lead. Yeah, 41 is a much bigger lead and a better lead for them than what they had previously, because it avoids them getting under that threshold. And you see why, because even with that very strong counterattack from Zeitgeist, all of the players just being right under the basket in a quick amount of time, that counterattack still does not put Zeitgeist in the lead, as it is a very slim lead for Blood Moon because of their consecutive pushes. And it's just been really opened up both times by Ray onto that Octoburst just popping up out of nowhere, being able to get a pick or two, and with that crack and just creating so much space. Blossom being the first pick down in this mid team fight is gonna be a point of emphasis for both sides to really control, and it has been Blood Moon a majority of this time when both teams beat each other and clash each other in the middle. It has been Blood Moon 3 consecutive times, and here they go again, opening up the doors for this scoring.
Oh, and they go down to 19 with the bubble. The bubble was such a huge play here from the Junior, getting the big and a couple more clams in. 19 is such a good score for them now. They are not teetering on the edge of having the lead anymore. And so the poor S Plus here just trying to survive the just bombing and shooting from all members of Blood Moon behind that little cover here, and just trying to get back in. They are going to need to push in the next 1 minute or so, and they get a couple of picks. It's only the heavy edit left, which means they are definitely able to push in if someone picks the big clam, and they do now, and they just need to get some more smaller clams in, but it's still very far off.
Very far off for sure, but something that Zeitgeist will at least try to chip away slowly but surely. But Blood Moon making it very difficult for them to push through, and I mentioned it earlier in this match, the point of emphasis for Zeitgeist is holding on to this mid control, because Blood Moon consecutive times have been able to break through this area and has led them an easy path to score. But Zeitgeist need to hunker down, but of course Ray will be the one to try to disrupt that, causing a one-player down situation on the right, but the rest of Zeitgeist is here. They're causing a 3-player down on the side of Blood Moon, the edits really being the only thing standing between Blood Moon and between the goal and Zeitgeist moving forward. Nice shot from the left side from Blossom to potentially open things up. 20 seconds left, 20 ticks left on the board. Overtime will eventually loom. This Pen just trying to get a cooler out. The Booyah Bomb to follow as well in the strikes in the pocket of Zeitgeist. 10 seconds left. Here comes those strikes as usual. The cooler responds will come in quickly, but here comes the rest of Zeitgeist moving forward inside of the bubble to get the score on the board. A wipeout will be had by Blood Moon, but now the tides have shifted in this match.
Oh, like, I feel for Blood Moon in this instance. They had it. Unfortunately, the score, I mean, as you just said, the match has flipped, and I don't think Blood Moon has enough time left to get to the basket, and they don't. And the second match and the Well, set win goes to Zeitgeist here.
Yes, and that was all really led up by that trade onto Ray on the right side, and then following up that a 3-player down situation that left Blood Moon's only player, the Edit, to just try to hunker down on that right side. That gave Zeitgeist the opportunity to build up those specials, build up that Booyah Bomb and Trip Strikes, and you saw them collectively use both one after another. First it was the Booyah Bomb, and then the Trip Strikes. That was wonderful special usage just to maintain and keep up that pressure for Zeitgeist, and gave them the opening they needed to move in. And that's all it takes sometimes. A window of opportunity, even as little as that one, caused the entirety of that match to flip, and leading to Zeitgeist moving on in winners.
Honestly, that is always just an interesting thing that can happen in Comp Splatoon, that you can have everything for the first 5 minutes of the match and then lose everything at the same time just like 10 seconds before you had it. And it is exactly what happened to Blood Moon here. They did a really well job. These teams were really close, but Zeitgeist were just able to cheese it at the end and get the score just low enough to take this set.
For sure. So they will move on in the brackets. Blood Moon, very hard fought for sure. And funnily enough, like I mentioned, that match was the closest out of the three because it really led to those quick counterattacks. But GG's to both teams. Blood Moon will still have an opportunity to potentially claw back in losers. But for us, we'll be taking a quick break before we move on to round two. So don't go anywhere. The rest of Paddling Pool is coming up soon. And we are back. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 352. Rocket and Rai still on the mics here, and we're looking at two teams in winners bracket round 2.5, starting off on Splat Zone's Macomart.
Yes. So we have two teams. On seat 2, we have Wildwechsel. I don't know why I had an English accent on that. I am German. I don't know why I did that, but that's fine. And on the other side, we have Clown Ensemble, who I've seen play a couple of tournaments already, and I know them kind of well as well. A very feeder comp with a what's it called? The bow, with a bow as their backline on the side of Wildwechsel. I don't think I can say too much except for they have a pen.
I mean, you have a lot of high-end talent on Wildwechsel. Hopefully, I don't butcher that pronunciation. I know that a little bit of English is rubbing off on you the wrong way, so we'll both get to it. We'll both get through this. But yes, you have Zekrom, Spec, Ips, and Kiki. Very, very well-known players in terms of EU competitive. Ips most likely on that support shooter type of weapon. Kiki, I believe, last saw them playing a sword, but we'll have to wait and see what we bring for us here in this game one. Still best of 3, and taking a look at things that does look to be the case on Wildwechsel. And on the other side, just like you mentioned for Clown Ensemble, quite a unusual comp here with them centered around Jammy on that bow.
Yes, exactly. I mean, again, we see another S+. I think we're going to see an S+ in basically every set today. It is the most played weapon right now. It is the best weapon in the game, and the S+ also gets the Viper on the right side, gets another pick here on the Dread on the side of Clown Ensemble, and they're immediately going to make their first push with the S+, looking to get under those ledges. Where they do, okay, they're gonna jump out, but that's where they mainly do want to sit here with it. What is happening?
I mean, just jumping up, jumping down, just making sure they can get some variety and at least get a little bit of a recon, I guess, but also having a little bit of fun. You know, you gotta have a little bit of fun when you have some cooler and you have a teammate right next to you, just playing on that little pogo stick, if you will, basically just jumping up and down. But regardless of that, you have Clown Ensemble bouncing right back with a 3-player down situation on Wildwechsel. Really nice shot onto Ips as well. Will delay that crab, which is very crucial for the retake that they will be building as well. But Wildwechsel just taking another loss, as well as Spec now goes down on that Stamper. Two really good weapons, the Stamper and the S-Blast, were poking away, especially on Macomart here. But with them being out of the picture, at least momentarily, you have Clown Ensemble taking that lead.
Yeah, they're going to be forced into both sides of the maps, either getting downed or having to jump out, and Clown Ensemble is back in their base, just trying to play off of their chip damage. They get one down, they get the S-Blast down. That is probably their biggest difficulty here. They get a couple more people down and get to flip the zone once again while the S+ is over there trying to fight. The Dread gets the pick here and is obviously going to look to get more picks on the left side. Oh, the entirety of Clown Ensemble is down now as well, pushed back into the base immediately, and will need to look to get back if they want to keep this lead, but that seems to be relatively not possible, probably.
I mean, that's just made difficult due to the comp that Wildwechsel has in terms of that Stamper and S-Blast, like I mentioned, really good at poking away underneath the ledges, and really the only two specials that you have for Clown Ensemble to retake from are the Crab and those Chumps, but I mean, they're able to retake very nicely there, just cutting that potential lead very much short. You have a player falling down on that bottom side, just having to run away from the brush. I mean, hey, it was either dying to the brush or dying to the ledge, and they clearly made their choice here. Ips just trying to stay alive, but unable to get to the counter pick as Honk cleans them up really nicely, and now threatening this right side stack that you have. The rest of Wildwechsel trying to hold on to dearly. A missed opportunity there for that Viper to get some more picks, and it could lead to a Wildwechsel retake with 3 players down on Clown Ensemble.
I mean, due just to the speed that Clown Ensemble is playing at, we see them just getting downed all the time, but they keep coming back because they just force themselves in every single time, and they have the crab ready, and they're going to probably attempt to do that again. Unfortunately, the crab gets taken by the other crab, and well, the points are ticking down again for Wildwechsel on the other side here, and now it's gonna get a little bit more difficult for Cloud Ensemble because they will need to move in the next 10 seconds if they want to have another attempt, but there's only 2 people on the side of Cloud Ensemble, and it is not enough time. They can't paint the zone in time, and the first match goes to Wildwechsel.
But I still have to give props to Clown Ensemble for bouncing back really nicely after that initial lead that was built by Wildwechsel, with them just being able to move in all the way down to that 40-point mark. Clown Ensemble able to respond really nicely despite those lesser specials that you have in terms of retake. I mean, Wildwechsel just had the quote-unquote meta comp that you kind of expect to see on zones, with the Stamper and the S-Blast both being weapons. Like I mentioned, really good at poking away, having that chip, and the supporting weapons, the Pen and the V-Splash, having very similar capabilities in terms of chipping away with the burst bombs and the crab chip, and the Pen just being a chip machine in general. But the thing that really leaned the way of Wildwechsel there was just their ability to make mistakes and be able to recover from it nicely, whereas on the other side, like you mentioned previously with Clown Ensemble, they run a very volatile comp, so you will have very volatile results. You'll have very much high highs and very low lows, and we kind of just saw a mix there that unfortunately didn't quite go their way.
Exactly, it is just a very risky to play comps that play into a style that is relatively just unusual right now. They are going for the quick, I'm just gonna run in and hope for the best and get as many picks as I can while before I go down. And I mean, they did relatively well. They got their points down, but at the end it did come to bite them because they couldn't get back in. They didn't have any safety net to fall onto. But maybe it might work better on we have tower control on Hagglefish Market now, and I think this map might work relatively well for them because they can get very far into the enemy base relatively easily.
Yes, but just like Macromart in terms of its ledges, there are a lot around that elbow area near that second checkpoint that can really lean into the favor of Wildwechsel if Clown Ensemble aren't careful. And you do, yes, imagine that both teams will be sticking with very similar comps. More confident in Wildwechsel sticking with the same thing just because of how well it works last time, but with Clown Ensemble running the same thing here as well. We'll see if this twist of a comp can work on tower control as effectively as it did previously, but maybe a little bit better to secure this win this time.
Yeah, we immediately saw the Brush just trying to get in with their ninja squid, I believe they're running. And well, and there they are again, getting the pick, getting the trade actually, but Wildwechsel is immediately just pushing in already getting a couple of points, not a lot of them, but a couple of points down the board. Oh, nice one shot from the bow here, getting the pencil out from the enemy team, and just, oh, well, they're gonna have to watch both sides. It's only the Pen left on the side of Wildwechsel, and Clown Ensemble is going to make their move with that, getting as far in as possible. As I've just mentioned, the Viper getting onto the tent unfortunately gets taken out pretty much immediately by the splash, and I feel like the push might be dead here unless Sylar is able to do something big, and I don't think they will. They're gonna go into a wipeout.
And it's something about second checkpoints that really lead to the most standstill type of fights in terms of tower control. And I mean, you have Hagglefish Market being no different, as you saw Clown Ensemble being met by a wall there from Veiled Show, just trying to now make this counterattack happen. You already have the S-Blast going down as well as Ips on that splash, so losing numbers here, Clown Ensemble will be able to counteract really nicely before even Veiled Show can even get that first checkpoint, which is very crucial here. You have a pick coming out from this Octobrush now with Zipcaster causing a lot of havoc and distraction in the background, trying to poke away at this pen here. Zekrom just trying to stay alive to provide that cooler. Ips yet again goes down, so that crab continuously being delayed, and a useful tool from Veiled Shell just not being able to be deployed out yet.
I do very much like how EQ here is playing off of the bow's chip damage with the Dredge. It worked really well here against the S-Bus, as we saw, and well, both teams are just kind of fully down here, but well, the bow is still trying to push the tower and getting the jumps in for the rest of their teammates, because that is just how they play, just get in as far as possible, and it's just a bloodbath over there on tower. But I think the push might finally be dead here, and the entirety of Cloud Ensemble is restricted back into their side of the zone of the map.
Yeah, but I want to harp on what you were just mentioning about EQ really playing off of Jamie really nicely. It's all about the math game in terms of certain weapons doing a certain amount of chip damage and another weapon being able to kind of combo off of that. Clown Ensemble being able to do that just a little bit better, at least in the first half of this match so far. But Veiled Vixel really don't have that yet coming out from Spec and Kiki, something that will need to be really deployed if they're able to move forward. And it does look like they're starting to build up that momentum here, Ryan. 2 players go down, now 3 in total. As soon as I mentioned something about it, they're like, alright, watch this, and that is a wipeout right there, making me eat my words immediately. That's that lead as well. Veiled Shell looking very poised to push through this, especially with Ips on that 10th with the crab deployed out already, now working away at that last checkpoint.
Feels like we are watching that gamble that Clown Ensemble has to keep taking, and I mean, well, they're gonna lose this match as well, as we just saw, but it is always a gamble with such a comp. They did so well, but at the end they got locked out again, and once you get locked out with such a comp, it is very difficult to get back in, and we just saw that happen in real time, and Vex is able to get out of this match with a 2-0 set win.
Yeah, and kind of like you mentioned there with the volatility of the comp that Clown Ensemble has, both times, both matches, Clown Ensemble had their moments where they were really able to put the pedal to the metal and really never let Veiled Shell really move back into the objective area, but the thing that they struggled with was being able to retake. We saw it on zones where once Veiled Shell was able to get a strong hold, Clown Ensemble really were just scattered trying to get a way in. And similar story there for tower control. As soon as the commentators, Chris, call it however you want it, as soon as I started mentioning how Veiled Shell needed to play together, they exactly did just that. They already knew what positions to get into, and with the crab and both of the mid lines just in unison there, really left Clown Ensemble no room to operate back in.
Yeah, but I mean, they know how to play around their comp. It is just very easy to punish that comp, and you know, Vexer just being good players obviously saw those opportunities to push back into Cloud Ensemble, and were able to take that win. And with that, we're gonna take a small break again and wait for the next team to get into the lobby so we can watch Winners Bracket Round 3 now.
Yes.
We are back! Hello everyone! We are in Winners Bracket Round 3 watching all modes makes Omani said. I don't know, I probably mispronounced that horribly, but it's fine. Versus F of A equals Y squared on the other side in our first best of 5. Rocket is still with me here in this set. And yeah, we're gonna be watching this match. We're gonna get even better matches as we're moving on through the tournament, as we are getting into some genuinely good players now. So I'm very excited to watch this set.
Yeah, and apologies to Ammonite, the Pokemon. Yes, we are playing all modes, so you will be sad. Sorry about that, but this matchup is literally just a Pokemon versus a math equation. Awesome. So this is just the creativity is on display here wonderfully from both teams, but some very familiar names from either side with Mirage, Jasmine, Sam, and Bake on the side of Ammonite and Amon, Dedix, Risha, and Fury on the other side for that math equation. Let's just jump straight into it here on Zoned Robo Ramen, looking at both teams.
And we're gonna see another brush playing in this set here on the side of Omanite. And well, we're gonna see a regular rapid, a small rapid on the side of Y squared, which is genuinely don't see that a lot. That is a very unusual pick, and I'm very excited to watch it. Unfortunately, they're down immediately, and well, Y squared is immediately making the first moves on the zone, getting the first couple of points and contesting the zone further, while the 52 is getting more picks in front here, completely going on a solo mission, fighting the splash in mid now.
Yeah, and actually a correction on the side of Ammonite's side. It's actually Spore that's playing instead of Bake here instead. So Spore on that Ink Brush, doing what Ink Brushes do, providing that value just by providing a distraction. Going along this right side flank as well is something to pay attention to, as you see 3 players down on the side of F of A here, as this elbow crucial to both sides, really being able to create lockout situations. The way to win on zones, just constantly putting as much space in between you and the zone as possible, as you see a 2v1 at 3v1 happening on this bottom side, as just the gal nowhere to really move, will lead to all modes, make Omnimite sad with that lead.
Yes, exactly. We see the brush here trying to maybe get some picks. Unfortunately, has to fall into that drop, getting picked by the splash instead. Oh, the 52 does get picked here by the dualies, though. A good pick from the dualies. That could have gone really bad if the 52 was able to station on the enemy plat over there. But Omanite is able to recover and get back the zone with a small penalty, but it gives them a lot of room to control the match here. Now the dualies are up in front, getting tap-shotted by the pencil, but the pencil is also the only one alive right now, has to jump back and wait for their teammates first. Ooh.
Yeah, cooler now being built as well means F of A needs to take this opportunity to move in. They do lose their rapid already early into this fight, so now retaking in a 3v4 is not the ideal spot, especially now that you're losing your splash as well. 25 ticks remaining. Crab is available from Sam, waiting for the opportune moment to utilize it here. Spore trying to create a distraction and up on the self, but with Sam's Crab just peppering away at that elbow position, leaving no room to really operate. All those players are going to be chipped now. Desperation now setting in for F of A, trying to move in, trying to get in this retake. These zones are flipping from left to right, but it won't be enough paint for F of A to get in, as Amamites will take game 1.
I do want to point out, we saw just excellent double crab action over there from the side of F of A here, and because they have the dually and they have the splash, right? And it was first the splash, I believe, who used their crab. I mean Omanite. I messed up the teams. I'm sorry. They used their first crab, and then immediately when the first crab expired, they used their second crab just to stall for even more time, and were able to get the knockout that way.
As well as the team coordination to always be taking these 2-on-1 fights. And for lack of better words, you saw that gal getting jumped at the bottom right side by 3 members of Amamite there, just being able to secure the 3v4 early. And simultaneously, the same thing can be said with them doing so on the last retake that FFA potentially had, with the Rapid going down pretty early. That leaves a midliner out of commission for FFA to really have some poking ability of it themselves. So Amamites was able to take advantage of that. Let's see if this trend continues though in game 2, as we'll be looking at Clam Blitz on Inkblot this time.
Yeah, and we do see Omenite being on the same comp, and we see Y Squared on the same comp as well, sticking to their Rapid, believing in it. Well, I mean, it is a good Rapid map. That is, I gotta say that it is probably one of its best, just because of all the ledges. Unfortunately, it does immediately go down. I feel like it can't keep up as well with the dualies and the ink brush from the enemy team being able to rush them down really easily. The splash has Crab ready immediately and is ready and is going to use it here now to maybe get some opportunities open for their teammates. Unfortunately, doesn't get a pick, but they are fighting the brush on the left side. We see the Rapid going down again, the Pen as well, and the Gal now as well. It is only the Splash left, and with them down as well now, that gives Omenite a lot of control on the enemy plat here. They missed the big clam.
Very unfortunate there to not have any score on the board despite having the paint control. But the thing I want to point out with Amamite here is you typically see teams run a variety of specialists just to create some diversity in terms of that pressure. Amamite is running double Crab with that splash and with that dualies, is constantly providing more and more chip. And with that being their X factor, they really have to balance those two out. Of course, more crabs don't always mean better, as it means 2 players on your team will be kind of more stagnant in that still position with the crab to really utilize. So you have Spore here being a nice balance in terms of the mobility that which Amamite wants to play with. You see them just constantly poking away, just looking for any opportunity to potentially get a pick, and they could see it right here with 2 people going down on FFA. Wonderfully done and wonderfully stocked, with 3 now down on total of FFA. This could be the first score here for Amamite.
Yeah, they're gonna need to build a big clam, and we do see, I think, the Pen trying to build one in the back, but it is taking a lot of time. The entirety of Y Squared is back on their plat, but is being forced out by the Crab on the side of Omenite here. And, well, they still don't have a big clam ready, but they are also not ready to push in anymore as Y Squared takes back control of their plat. There's another Crab now trying to get back that control for Omenite, while the Splash here is taking the front lines to cover for the dualies.
And this is taking quite a while, right? I mean, Amamite have been here for a good minute and a half and still were scoreless halfway through this match here, as FFA have just constantly fought back the constant pushes from Amamite. And now with 3 players down, you'd have to think that was a massively missed opportunity for Amamite to potentially get the score, I would argue, down past the 60-point mark with the amount of time they were really allotted. But now with that missed opportunity is FFA's win to move back into mid, with the Gal getting 2.
Yeah, that is also always the kind of difficulty in Clam Blitz. Even if you get a good push going, like for example in Rainmaker or in Zones or in Tower, it is very easy to get the objective going once you have opportunity. But in Clam Blitz, you need to make a big clam, and if that is not ready, you're gonna lose a lot of time, as we saw. Both teams are just kind of fighting for mid right now. The Inkjet coming out, trying to get a little bit of chip damage, unfortunately gets taken out by a little bit of team play from the side of Omenite here.
And conversely, with Amamite's comp really heavily relying on this double Crab to constantly create some more advantageous fights with the chip. On the other side, you really have to play with that speed. Finally, though, Amamites will get in a good push, and they finally will have the clams to really make do with it. But it does look like with FFA's quick response, it will be only a single power clam making its way into the basket. Still a very beatable score for FFA to move forward, considering how this match has been, considering when you look at how often Amamite has been on that ramp. FFA still have a great opportunity to bounce back here. 45 seconds left. The brush here, Spore, though, you have to pay attention to them because of the jump. They managed to take out the pen. They managed to take out the rapid as well, and has completely shut down the momentum that FFA potentially has here. Now 30 seconds left. Still plenty of time for FFA to regroup in mid here, but this push has to come soon.
That was an interesting splash fight, but the splash here from Y Squared is able to take out 2, which might give them that momentum back if the Rapid can take that space here on the left side. Ooh! Oh my god. Okay, trades out the stamp, the brush here. And well, Omanite is kind of in a difficult situation. They have lost control over the mid, and they're gonna need to just defend as much as they can. It's only 2 people on the side of Rice Grid, so they are definitely not ready to move in right now, especially with the Rapid going down once again, and the entirety of Rice Grid being forced into their own plat. And I don't think they have enough time, especially with the dualies just causing a ruckus in mid here. They didn't have enough time to get to the basket and score a power clam, and even then that wouldn't have been enough. So that second game also goes to Omanite here.
And I feel like that game was just a story of missed opportunities, not only from FFA with them potentially being able to get the counterattack, but with Amamite as well. But good on Amamites to still survive despite the very low-scoring game from both sides. Spore really being the one to kind of open the doors for these opportunities. You saw on the counterattack that FFA potentially had. You had Spore really just outrunning the Rapid Blast and just running right past them and then saying, hey, is this your backline? Well, too bad. They're gone now, and you're gone as well in this trade. So those 2-for-1 trades will always be beneficial just in terms of the numbers advantage, and in terms of now FFA did not have any of those longer range weapons to support them on that counterattack, shutting it down. So that's something that FFA will need to adapt to, especially now that they're on set point here. Backs against the wall. You need to win 3 straight to get this one back, and it's gonna have to start on Manta Maria if you want any chance of crawling back.
Manta Maria Rainmaker is a map mode that I haven't seen in a good hot minute. It used to be played relatively often at the start of the game, like 2022, 2023. But nowadays it is relatively unpopular, but I'm excited to see it again, and see what these teams are gonna do about it. The brush is, I feel, gonna be a very big menace on this map, especially because it has a lot of corners that it can just jump at you from. So that is gonna be something that FFA is gonna need to take into account, especially because they've already been struggling with the brush, as you've said before, Rocket. But yeah, I think that's gonna be a fun match.
Yeah, and I actually would argue that it would benefit FFA a lot more here to deal with Spore. You really don't have that many flank routes as long as you're able to keep eyes on the brush at both times. There's really only 2 routes to even take it. It's either the jump or the regular just pathway that you have next to the bunk area. And it's just something that you have to pay attention to if you're on the side of FFA. Now 2 games that have shown them that is their biggest concern, just despite Ammonites not quite getting those picks. Spore can just open things up wide, and you see both teams actually making some adjustments. You have 3 shooters on the side of FFA with the Gallon Splash returning, but Eamon going with the Zap, and on the side of Ammonites, you have Jasmine switching over to those Dapple dualies.
And we also see a regular charger with Vacchees once again on on the scoped variant here, and we see immediately the Zap just trying a flank on the right side. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, and the Dapple is able to take them out. And there's a lot happening in mid here right now. Oh, the Dapple getting the 52 here, and is of course going to look for more picks here. Unfortunately, does get taken down by the Splash and the Rapid here from FFA, and they are able to take the Rainmaker and get the lead. I mean, it wasn't a big lead to begin with, but they are able to take the Rainmaker a little bit further, not get the checkpoint yet because of the just the mist and the just the rapid and the brush watching the checkpoint at the same time, and they're gonna be forced into this corner over there while they wait for their teammates to come back. Oh, and there's a vac as well, but I think they're just gonna run through it.
Yeah, but the VAC is there with the quick response, and you see from Amamites the comp that they really have, it really leans on that speed, but with that speed, they met an iron wall that has led to that wipeout with FFA getting that first checkpoint here. Now just the goal to go if they're wanting to move on, but this is where that little choke point really is on this elbow position, usually very common for Rainmaker maps where the distance between that checkpoint and the goal, those points really come at a premium just because of how difficult it is to really get through. But with FFA moving to that 42 point mark, it is a very good lead for them to have. But of course, Amamites have shown their strength in these previous two games, and you never know with Vac Cheese and Rainmaker, so we'll just have to wait and see. Here comes Spore with the hammer, quickly getting shut down, though. Really nice shot coming out from the Rapid.
Definitely here, and well, we do see we've been watching the Rapid for a bit, and they play very aggressively, and just basically they are not scared of those Dapples and the brush, although they are at a disadvantage fighting them. Oh, and it's only the 52 left on the side of FFA this time, and they get shut down as well, which gives Omanite the checkpoint here, and maybe they can turk it even further, maybe even get the lead here. It is not a lot of points. It is the lead here. The lead switch takes out the zap before they go down as well, which resets FFA a lot, especially with them going down even further, and they can pick the Rainmaker again and take the lead even further. Ooh.
All the way down to the 12 point mark, and just being able to drop the Rainmaker on Manta Maria usually means curtains for the other team on this map, but still, plenty of time in this match for FFA to bounce right back. You have the cooler now coming out from this zap, moving forward, trying to go around this right side, but now you're in stalling mode, you're in keep away mode if you're on the side of Amamites. You have your splatter shot, your Splatter Scope just punkered up in mid, just daring FFA to move in. You have Spore moving in with the hammer. A nice double as well. One with the regular and the second with the throw, leading to actually FFA just trying to move forward every step of the way, but Amamite making it difficult every step of the way, potentially getting the whole goal in total, and that is the beauty of Vac Cheese, ladies and gentlemen.
I am realizing it is getting more popular to play a lot of Vac Cheese, especially in Rainmaker. It is one of the most powerful specials in that mode, just because you can completely protect the Rainmaker, and if the rest of your team can cover your back, it is practically impossible to stop it unless you have like a decav or a stamper shocking near the Rainmaker or the VAC user. So it is very difficult to counter that, and we saw it working really well here for the side of Omanite, and them taking down FFA in a 3-0 sweep, and getting the set win here for this winners bracket round 3.
You saw the resilience despite maybe getting some back from F of A, just constantly being able to execute the retakes really nicely. And of course on Manta Maria, really just dominating from start to finish. Yes, they did lose that early initial lead down to that 40-point mark, but with back-to-back consecutive pushes from that VAC, they were really able to move in and take so much space that was just unable to be answered. So moving on to the next round, Amamites will be in winners bracket semis. Their opponent is yet to be unknown, but with us, we'll be taking another break as we wait for semifinals to conclude. So we'll be right back for that. And we are back for Paddling Full 352, Rocket and Rise, still on the mic, and we are in semifinals, still best of 5 now. We have moved into that territory. We'll be having longer sets, and we have Kassid versus Dono, their MVP, as our two teams here on a bit of an unusual map mode. I know, Rai, you were talking about it a little bit behind the scenes. We're on Tower Control Hammerhead.
It is truly one of the map modes that you don't get to commentate a lot. I always think it's really... I know people hate playing unconventional map modes, but as commentators, I think it's always really fun to see map modes that you just don't see a lot, and I don't think I've commentated Hammerhead ever, actually. Anyways, though, we have two, like, high level teams, or top level, high to top level teams on either side. The members, or a couple of members of Blanks on the side of Donodev MVP. And we have Crowny. My Sendu is actually still doing weird stuff, so I can't see the other members of Kesset right now, but all still very good players. Aaron, Silver, and Devin, now that I see. And we're moving into the first match immediately.
Yeah, so basically, for the side of Kassid, it is a Frutella and EasyMD pickup, and on Dunno their MVP, like you mentioned, it is mainly Blanks players here. But looking at things, pretty standard from both sides. You do have a little bit some deviations, which we'd love to see in terms of teams in being their identity. You have Donoder having that Luna Blaster and the Dapples just for that quick pace, and on the other side, the Sloshing Machine. Now Hammerhead, very notorious for the lockout situations, very poised to do on zones, and probably similar on Clan Blitz as well, but the most notorious mode, Tower Control, being very difficult to push on just because of the amount of upper hand positions that the defenders can really operate with. These specials are really going to come in handy for these teams to move.
Oh my god, and the Zuka just got a double. I think you just called that. I think that's commentator's curse, but like not really curse. The Zuka got a double, and well, Kissit is able to move in immediately with that, getting another pick on the Dapple here. The Luna trying to get a pick on the tower, gets it actually, and is able to stall the tower for a little bit further while their teammates are trying to recover. The key word here is trying. It is not, they are not very much succeeding right now. The Luna getting another pick here, maybe being able to stall a bit further, unfortunately goes down in their Zipcaster.
And let's try to summon something, because we know how the Hammerhead usually runs, but I could not reverse commentator curse it. Yeah, this is how Hammerhead works. You just have momentum and you can't look back. This is exactly how it plays out on zones, and Tower Control is no different, as we see Kassid just constantly moving forward with this momentum here, just chucking away some Zukas. The Pen has a lot of sightlines to really operate on as well, and when you're coming out with this double blaster comp from Donoder MVP, you don't really have a lot of paints to really utilize here, so you really have to rely on just poking away at the tower and making sure you can get the picks, and the picks just aren't quite flowing their way.
Yeah, unfortunately, the two main Slayers, the two main people to take those picks are going to be the two Blasters, and they keep getting down because they just don't have a lot of control to work with. And we see the Heavy Edit just trying to... Oh my god, they got a triple! Or with the help of the Blaster getting a triple, unfortunately going down to the Stamper here. They won the fight, but, well, there's a lot of jump backs here. Getting the picks, it's just the pencil left on the side of Kessid, has to jump out, but finally the push is... Never mind, the push is not... No. There's a Stamper, now it is dead. Now it is dead.
It's like a virus that never wants to go away. Once one player dies, two more come out, and Kassid managing to get it all the way down to 3. It is now Donner MVP's turn to try to push and try to get something to the similar value. But like I already mentioned before, and I'll keep mentioning again, this is exactly how Hammerhead Bridge really plays out in all modes. Really nice shot there from the Seed Blast, but will it find any more? Splash Jam will be utilized to try to cancel out that cooler. It really just prevents any players from getting any value from it, and you could find a triple here unless the Pen has anything to say about it. But Down Under MVP finally finding a little bit of the luck turnaround. You just need to get past each checkpoint at a time, but the Seed Blast is getting the picks that they need. Gaku just constantly being a nuisance in the side of Kassid's side.
Just they smelt that stamper, trust me. But yeah, they are getting some momentum here. The Crab is out, and Kissit is struggling in the same way that Donader MVP did before. But well, they play it out a lot better here with a lot better team play actually, and get the entirety of Dono the MVP out of their base before anything worse than second checkpoint can happen.
Minute left, still a bit of time for Donna their MVP to mount a push, but it's going to have to be a grand one to stand any chance here. Concede just has to stand by, just waiting for an opportunity. But Gaku just forcing the wave. Will find one, but won't find much more. Their Blaster counterpart, Benny, there with them as well. We'll find a similar trade in it themselves, but these trades will obviously benefit Concede just because of how much Donna their MVP needs to get the crucial positions. And with trades, nobody gets really anything here, and that favors the team in the lead. 30 seconds remaining, running out of time for Donader MVP to find something, and you see them just constantly losing so much space that you had Concede move all the way to the goal without Donader MVP even being able to move back into mid. And welcome to Hammerhead. Welcome to Hammerhead 1 and all. This is exactly how it plays out. You have one team really building that momentum, and it's really difficult to bring it back, as Concede showed right there with a quick 1-0 in the set so far.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned at the start of the match, the first checkpoint can be relatively difficult to move away, or just to push from, because the enemies have or the defenders have so many high grounds they can play off of, but once you are in their base, you are staying there most of the time. It is very difficult to get someone out of your base in Hammerhead. I think everyone that has played a little bit of solo queue, or even just, for fun, Hammerhead in comp, knows that it is one of the most lockout heavy maps in the game once you get in. And I mean, we saw that kind of. Both teams were able to retake from the lockouts, but I mean, they also know what they're doing a lot of the time. But it did not help. Dono the MVP was not able to get a push as far as Kessie did, and well, at the end, they just knocked out. And now we're moving into a map mode that is a little bit more common and a little bit more familiar for everyone, actually. We're moving on to Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime next.
Yeah, return to normalcy, if you will. Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime. Mid is a very open wasteland. It is a no man's land, so really beneficial for these weapons with longer range weapons to kind of poke away and take this space. Conversely, though, to how you would normally play this on Barnacle and Dime zones, Clam Blitz brings that unique feature of still being able to, still having to control those key points within the stack areas, your opponent's stack, and as well as your own, for really building up pushes. So we're finally able to see the identity of both these teams and what they're sticking with, and at least color me surprised. Donner their MVP still sticking with the double blasters, despite it not being tower control. Still will have that concern in terms of paint, but we'll have to wait and see if those concerns will be put in the trash.
Yeah, I mean, they got this far presumably with this comp, and I think they're just going to go with it unless they get knocked out. And well, they are getting the first couple of picks here. 2 down on the side of Kessid this time. Gets rolled over by the Crab. Though, and well, the Crab is able to stall just enough to allow the rest of Kessid to come back and just retake mid immediately, basically. They have a big clam ready for when they, or for if they get a push going. The Blasters are obviously going to try to do anything about it. Unfortunately, they're going to go down here. Oh, that pencil might die to the bomb, and they will die to the bomb, but the ball is saved, I'll say.
Yeah, and you see the difference between both of the team comps in terms of what they have, both relying on different things in order to win. I mean, Concede, with their more normal standard comp, their more balanced comp, if you will, really rely on taking control through paint and spacing out to the other team, while Donna, their MVP, really leaning into trying to get these key picks, as you see there with the Double Blaster and the Dapples. They're very aggressive, cooler weapon, if you so say so. But Kassid will open things up here with scoring already with the barrier being broken. Where are the clams? A couple will come in here. Sloshing Machine will come in with a couple more as well. You want to get under that magical 60-point threshold. That threshold will prevent you from getting your lead taken right back, and that's exactly what is happening here for Kassid. Down to that 50-point mark. I believe it was Devin on that pen being able to bring it all the way back there to a 50-point lead, which is a very good way to start off the scoring.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Kessid is not losing their control. They still have control over the stack, although they had lost 2 members before, and Dono the MVP is just right back in their spawn. 2 people were down, and now they're getting back control with 2 people on the side of Kessid going down finally. And now they are trying to get back control over the stack, but they are struggling and needing to take 3 members to do that here, with just trying to get a little bit of control. 2 members of Dono the MVP having to drop into that low ground there.
Constantly applying that pressure, Kassid making it difficult every step of the way for Dono the MVP to move in, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Kassid have the superior paint, they have the superior ability to hold and maintain and even take away space, but finally, eventually, their defense is breaking. You have now Dono the MVP moving in. That edit will get that barrier broken and jump out, but there isn't quite much follow-up yet. You have Kassid moving in with quick succession, knowing how to move with the flow of the game. That is absolutely wonderfully done from them to just make sure they don't take too much of a loss, bend but don't break defense, and just like that, you have them right back in mid.
Yeah, and well, there's a splash on the in Dono the MVP's spawn with the crab ready, and they're able to push even further. The penalty is now as well gone, and they are able to score a lot more, down to the 30s, maybe even the 20s, if they can get one more clam in, and it looks like they are about to. And they will. Damper, unfortunately, does go down here. And the entirety of Dono the MVP is going to try to retake from just the immediate middle. Unfortunately, goes down too, which just gives Kessid more control over their side of the map.
But Kassid didn't really have that much incentive to push through here. A minute remaining, still a sizable lead in terms of score and paint control. You have the crab on the stack area causing so much of a stagger that really leaves Dono their MVP no opportunity to push in, but the barrier will be scored. Losing 2 members, however, will hurt. Now 3 in total, as yes, they are coolered up, but will give Dono their MVP that pity clam to really get this retake going. However, they immediately meet a wall on the stack with 3 players going down. I believe that was at least a double from the Zuka there to potentially shut down that push. 20 seconds left, not a lot of time or space to really operate. A ball will be had in the possession of Dono the MVP, but it's going to be a long trek to get to the other side of the map. Kassid has done a wonderful job in holding this mid area. Bake on this pen, just trying to stay alive during all of this chaos. A player will be lost on both sides, and here we are in overtime. Now, Dono the MVP moving up this mid area, need to go fast. That timer will continue to tick down. Not a lot of space to really work with. Picking up clams along the way and picks as well. Staggered a little bit is Kassid. This is your opportunity to strike. Here's the splashdown, but 3 players go down before Kassid can really get much going there. Dono the MVP not able to get much through that push. Kassid shutting them down at every opportunity they found, and that is a quick 2-0 now for Kassid.
I mean, it was pretty much doomed from like the last 30 seconds already, unless Dono the MVP was just able to get so much control without their specials, because they weren't even in mid by that point. They were locked inside their spawn. Kessid did a really good job at just keeping them at bay and keeping them locked in their spawn, so they had to already give up specials just to get into mid, and we're not even talking about having to push into the enemy basket, and unfortunately they were not able to do that here. But we are also moving into Rainmaker on Museum this time. Again, a relatively common map mode, one that everybody knows. And the two teams that we're gonna see at least one more game of know really well as well. So we'll see if the double blaster comp might be able to help here, but the lack of range might be a problem for them this time.
Yeah, the lack of range, and you saw it a bit, really affects Donna the MVP at every step of the way. Kassid always built up resistance. They always had, even if they went one or two players down, they always cause a stall or at least a standstill in Donna the MVP's movements in terms of moving up the map. Constantly, you saw at every single possible choke point that there was, Kassid made it difficult for Donna the MVP to move up, whether it be their spawn, the stack area, the mid, their own spawn, or every single spot that a fight could happen, every single spot that is a major point of contention. It was difficult for Donna the MVP to move up, and whether it be just untimely doubles coming out from Kassid, including that Zuka on the stack that would have been a very good Donna the MVP counterattack, something needs to change in terms of the comp, or at least how they approach this Kassid team, because they are making it difficult to take any inch of space every single way they go.
Exactly. I feel like one of their main issues might also be that they just don't have a lot of retake specials at hand. Right? They have the Dapple. They have very aggressive weapons, but those aggressive weapons lack a lot of range, so they can't. Their main problem is genuinely just getting in, and well, we see a Hydra. Well, I mean, I guess that fixes the range issue. Very interesting pick. I mean, I do know that they play Hydra on occasion, so we're gonna see how they do here. Well, the Hydra is immediately down together with the Luna Blaster as well, so that might give Kassid an immediate chance to move very far in front, especially now with the entirety of Donna the MVP being out.
Yes, and it's going to be difficult to really move up with the Hydra with it being a slower weapon, but you need to step up here to take out these weapons. You have the Stamper going down pretty early for Kassid, so this could be a great choke point for Donna the MVP to move the momentum back into their favor. Cooler is out, but their Luna is down already. One of their players, now both blasters down left here, just the Dapples on this left side being constantly peppered by the crowd. Many members of Kassid. A nice pick onto Rezi and being able to move out as well, but it's going to be very difficult to move against this Kassid team, especially since you don't really have that paint to really match up against the Splash on the other side.
Oh, definitely. That is very true. Blasters are relatively dependent on their teammates. I mean, these two blasters that they're playing a little bit less, but still they do want a lot of paint to work around, and they just don't have that in the comp. And the one of the blasters and the Hydra go down immediately again, giving Kassid back control over the over the plat area. From Donna the MVP. The Crab is out as well. The Stamper ready to ball with their Zipcaster here, and the Rainmaker is obviously going to try to run as far as possible, but it didn't work out that well. It's only the Splash left, but they win the fight against the Luna Blaster over there, against the Hydra as well. It is only the Blaster left on the side of Donna the MVP, and well, Kassid is just keeping control over that plat.
Yeah, you have Donna the MVP trying to drop the Rainmaker down to just prevent or at least stall out this push, but Kassid constantly throwing themselves at the Rainmaker, have marked it all the way down to 32. Now finally the Rainmaker will find its way down back into mid, trying to find it into a more stally position is Donna the MVP, just to try to get some space back, try to get some time back into their favor. You have the Hydra moving it all the way towards this right area, two players actually on this area, but it won't be beneficial in the short term just because of how much they have to bring the score back. You don't have Donna the MVP getting that checkpoint quite yet, and with three players down, they have another concern now. They have to worry about getting their spinner back, so constantly being spaced out by Kassid has been their major issue. You have the Booyah Bomb from the Hydra to utilize, but you need to get it online first, but it's hard to do so when you're just constantly getting Zuka'd.
Yeah, the Zuka is obviously going to try to get the Hydra out as often as possible, it is a very good option against Hydra, especially because it limits, like Hydra just doesn't have a lot of good movement options. And well, the Dapples and the Hydra are down again. Just the splash on the and the Stamper left on the side of Kessid though, but they are obviously going to try to keep a little bit of control, especially over the mid section here. And well, they're trying. Oh my god, okay, burst bombs flying everywhere, obviously, from the Stamper and the Splash. It seems to be one of Dono the MVP's biggest problems as well. They keep getting burst bombed.
Yeah, just constantly chipped away by Kassid. I mean, you have two weapons with those burst bombs as well as two great chipping weapons to really move in with them. But finally, Donner the MVP will have that Rainmaker, and 3 players down are down on the side of Kassid, so this could be the opportunity they needed to maybe get something going. Checkpoint will be had. A minute is still plenty of time to really operate here, and now it's Kassid on the back foot, which is exactly where Donner the MVP really thrives with the space and forcing Kassid to push into them. The Lunar Blaster has Zipcaster as well. This will be a huge special to cause a distraction. However, they do lose that Luna immediately to the masses of Kassid. 35 seconds left. Rainmaker has to be very careful, but moving up here, you have the Stamper and Zipcaster of their own, but they're taken out on their recall, just waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity. You don't want to rush things if you don't see an opportunity here. The Hydra does have Booyah Bomb to utilize as well, but the Pen is keeping Multi at bay. They do go down here, and with 15 seconds left, the Hydra goes down. Booyah Bomb will not be able to be used on this fight now, desperately trying to get this Rainmaker pop. 10 seconds are left. It does look like Kassid will be able to take it, and there they go, now stalling it down in this right side. We do love Rainmaker, and with that, overtime will be had, but now looking dire for Donner to MVP as that wipeout will be the final nail in the coffin. A clean 3-0 sweep for Kassid.
Exactly, and I mean, it was very dominant. Dono the MVP. I mean, at the end they got a small push going, but they just couldn't move in with the Zuka, with the Stamper zipping. The Rainmaker just had to be on its toes the entire time and could not get an opportunity to move in. Their teammates weren't able to make that opportunity either, since they kept going down to either the Zuka, as I said, or the other members of Kassid. And with that, Kassid is moving into finals now, or into Windows brackets finals, and Dono the MVP is going to get kicked down into losers bracket.
Yes, and we just saw a dominating performance from start from finish. What we expect from the number 1 seed, but really just came down to how they completely eliminated Donner the MVP's win condition, which was to get those picks. They just were able to space them out from start to finish throughout the entirety of the other matches, and we just saw that Donner the MVP tried to make an adjustment at the end there for that third match with the Hydra, but weren't really able to get much going for them, as they just met an iron wall wherever they pushed. I mean, it seemed like for 4 minutes of that, right, you just saw that Donner the MVP were just stuck in their spawn.
Exactly. It was just Donner the MVP, just as you said, their win condition was just to overwhelm, I'll say, the enemy team. And I mean, they got into semifinals. It seems to have gone relatively well up to this point, but obviously Kassid probably saw right through that and was able to adapt their playstyles to counter whatever Dono the MVP was going to make of their comp. And unfortunately, or fortunately for Kassid, that worked out really well for them. So yeah, I think this is gonna be our last, or this was our last set, with Rocket and me here on the mic, and we're gonna have a commentator switch after the break that we're gonna have in a couple of, like in a minute or so. But I do want to ask, where can we find you, Rocket?
You can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. You can find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitch. That's really the main 2 places you'll find me, either commentating one of these tournaments as well, or one of the NA ones. So I'm pretty much everywhere. Feel free to check me out. What about you, Rai?
So, I thankfully kind of got a similar name everywhere as well. So I am Range Blaster with a double I on Twitter, Blue Sky, and on Discord, and on Twitch I am Range Blaster with triple I.
Yeah. And that will pretty much do it for us here, as with Concede taking that 3-0, like you mentioned, they will be moving on to Winners Bracket Finals. Wild Vishel and all modes make Ammonite Sad are currently in semifinals right now, just waiting for the winner of that to be the opponent for Concede. It is currently 2-1 for Wild Vishel, so we'll be switching it over to Pat and Fufu for the rest of this, so don't go anywhere. The conclusion of Paddling Pool number 352 coming up next.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 352. I am Pat here with Fufu, here to watch the rest of this tournament. We are in double elimination, and it's now time to watch the winners bracket finals, which means the team that wins this set will go straight into grands. Fufu, we're going to watch two high-level pickups. No, that's not going to be on our list.
Listen, it's always exciting to catch the later half of a tournament. It's just, everyone's fighting for the crown. The stakes are on. This is probably the best position we could be in, Pat. You've been here multiple times. I'm glad to be here with you. And we are not playing Tower Control Hammerhead.
Hopefully.
Don't jinx it, man. Don't play with me.
Okay, I have the map list here, and in front of me, we won't, not this set at least. That's not what happened.
Oh!
I mean, the teams get to choose the map here at Paddling Pool, which means it could happen, but that would be the team's fault. And usually players don't like to go play on there.
If any team makes a bad map decision, we're allowed to roast them. We're allowed to make fun of them. This is a fate that they've chosen. Anything else that happens is out of our control.
Exactly. Now, instead, we're going to start with flat zones on Robo Roman. Here you go. A good classic map list. All very well-known maps and nodes. But we're going to see for this upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I think this is a splendid map to start off on. I love this map personally. Again, and who doesn't like a good bowl of ramen, if I'm being honest? There's a lot of options for your backliners, for your frontliners. I always talk about the flank routes because it's a lot more than what we typically have in a Splatoon 3 map. And these weapons just make a lot of sense for what's coming out. Of course, you're seeing S-Blast, Stamper. This is literally a mirror comp. Are you kidding me? Can we get creative?
Hey, if it's working, it's working, and you're going to play what's working. Nintendo announced they were not going to add new weapons, so people know that, hey, that's what we want to play, that's what we know is going to have the good synergies. Right now, Kessid is going to take first control, and I mean, as you said, it's a mirror match. Both teams have pretty much the same plan of the frontliners with mid-range weapons that have all the chip damage, the AoE trying to go in. As right now, I mean, we're trading the zone.
Yeah, trading the zone indeed, and these points are going to be ticking for when I'm going to call you Wild for now because I cannot pronounce that. But again, crabs from Kessid are coming out. So is that Booyah Bomb quickly flipping the zone back in their favor, despite Wild having the zone for a bit. It wasn't for very long, but they might be changing that very soon as splats are coming out on each side. Who's going to come out on top of this battlefield?
Right now, the Booyah Bomb is going to open a lot of opportunities for Wild right now with Crab Tank to follow through. That's a lot of splats in favor of Team Blue. They are going forward, and yeah, I mean, they keep the lead. We're still very early in the game right now, but if they can counter that Crab, and they do thanks to the Stamper, that's a Crab that's completely cancelled. Kessid's still able to apply penalty Fufu, but they're not able to do much more, it feels.
Yeah, I feel a little bit stagnant here in center, and Wild is definitely having to come against the constant storm that is Kessid. They really want to take that zone back, and it's very interesting in the position we're in because with the mirror comp, it really is down to who has the better teamwork, who has the better mechanics, and currently Kessid is showing that they really want this zone in their favor at the moment with their Stamper just moving forward, taking a pick of Ryu while they are at it, and this is a huge advantage for Kessid, giving them an opportunity to maybe take the lead within this push.
Yeah, Kessid able not only to take control, they're all up far ahead, and they're getting the splat they want right now. That Stamper going in, forced to jump back to the rest of the team, but they have the lead, they have so much control, and Wild using all of their specials in a row to try to get back to the zone, but the Crab Tank is not able to stay active, and right now, Kessid keeping the zone.
Yeah, and we're seeing, I want to point out that S plus K in the corner, but speaking of corners, it looks like people are being called out from the flank runs underneath as the fight for zone continues. You know, Kessid really wants to try to keep the zone in their favor, unable to do so with the loss of two of their players. Giving Wild bloodshed?
That is big. That is huge. Fufu right now, while it's their turn to be very much far up ahead to set themselves in that strong position, and their crab tank is pummeling the spawn right now. Kessid, they don't have much time to get back in. I mean, the clock is ticking right now. Only a few ticks left onto the zone. Just a few seconds, and Wild is going to take the lead back without much trouble, it feels.
Yeah, and if they can keep this going, then they could just very much have the game. As I say that, I jinx their poor souls, as the Stamper is the only one left. Spec Zhao is going to be taken out here. Kessid moving forward. Again, they no longer have the lead, have 40 penalty points to get through, but again, it's a matter of who's sustaining this push the longest. If they sustain this push, they can very well still win. This is the part of the game where people tend to kind of panic a little bit, and a good Zipcaster can help, bring those symptoms forward.
Yeah. That Zipcaster bought a lot of time and gets a trade on the landing as well. Now Wild going onto the zone. They don't have much time, but they have the numbers, the lead. The lead is so close.
Oh my god, so close, dude. And you know what's worse? Wild has almost all their specials online, -1 now, and they're gonna use that to completely move forward. They're not letting Kessid get that zone again, at least not for a little while here. And they continue to move forward. They're putting that lockout position, and it's gonna get rough. We have 30 seconds left. It's still anyone's game, one could argue, but it could be Wild's very easily.
I mean, Kessid needs something big right now, and they're able to get a few splats. They're able to get in position. The S blast to the side, though, getting one, threatening the pencil as well, is going to force everybody from Kessid away. And with just 10 seconds left, Wild has control over the zone. They keep that control, and right now Kessid needs to throw everything they have just to paint the zone, just to get overtime going, but it's going to be pretty rough for them to hold. That S-Blast is still to the side, still so threatening, and as the specials are activated, all the splats are gotten. Wild is going to get game number 1, Fufu.
Oh my goodness. I have to mention how close that was. It wasn't for that Booyah Bomb, Kessid would have still had control of the zone. Because two of their players were in the pit. Like, genuinely, that's how close they were to not having the zone and potentially losing the entire match. So, very clutch there for Wild, I would have to say, taking that first match. And you know what? Looking for them, the maps are not that bad this set. So, chance is still there. You could be playing something like Flounder Heights, and then, suddenly I will not want to play the game anymore. So, looking for them, they have to play Mako Tower next.
Yeah, Mako Tower. I mean, both teams have brought an S-Blast and a Stamper in game number 1. Now going on to the ledge map with tower control. These two weapons are going to shine so much, are going to decide so much of the game, because whether it's Blaster or Stamper, these are the weapons that are the most dangerous on this map mode. And I mean, one thing to note, both teams brought the same comp, and this is where you see both teams really had the exact same plan. Both teams really were trying to do the exact same thing, and both teams did the same thing. They were so evenly matched. We were 1 point away between these two teams, and we really saw how each time it was about getting that one position that would allow them to take control of the space. Fufu.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm curious if we're going to see any changes. Just in case, there are changes. We are seeing a shot and a kit change on that Stamper for a Booyah Bomb on Wild. So I do like these changes. I'm a big fan of these. I am going to miss a little bit of that Zipcaster action, but I think Azuka is never a bad option.
Yeah. Wild, a bit more of a splatting power between one extra Booyah Bomb and Azuka, and it looks like it's working right there. They're taking early control of the map. Everything is painting blue, and they are at the first checkpoint already, and they keep getting the splats, Fufu. They get through without much resistance. Kessid needs to wake up right now, because Wild is doing everything perfectly.
Yeah, that the pressure is definitely on. You know, I love the momentum that Wild has. They just took it from last match and completely went forward with it, almost breaking the second checkpoint. If they break the second checkpoint, Kess is in massive danger. And while they don't have it broken yet, I think that's enough. Yep, that's going to be enough to make that tower go. They got it?
Yeah, they got it.
I thought they did
by a hair. As they died on the tower, they got through the checkpoint. I mean, that's the first minute of the game. That's only the first minute of the game, and they're still splatting. They're still moving in, and now they have even more space. They're gonna get to checkpoint 3, Fufu.
Yeah, they're slowly pushing Keston to the point of no return right here, and as they approach this last checkpoint and pass it through, that's a knockout, Pat. That's a knockout.
Yeah,
that's it. And
that's
oh my goodness, I think. They were kind of crazy with it. I do like the changes they made. I think the changes not only worked, but they understood the mission. They had to move forward, and how tight some of these corners, how many of these corridors can get on this map. They took just full advantage of that, forcing Kessid into a corner. Look at the base. Did you see the base in the back? That was ridiculous. There's nothing there.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, there's team coordination, there's painting the ground to prepare for the long term, and then there's winning the fight and simply moving forward. And Wild right there, that's what they did. The big difference between the two comps was a splatter shot instead of a splash. And splatter shot is a bit better at fighting. So that splatter shot was going in, was getting a bit more splats, and we saw Wild winning every single fight a bit better, getting one extra player every single fight to keep going forward. And Kessid, I mean, in that game we saw Wild change their comp. Now it's on Kessid's turn to adapt. Kessid needs to change something because they can't let the bleeding keep going like that.
Yeah, one more match and they'll bleed out at that point. But that being said, I want to talk about a little bit more to that change the shot, because I like the fighting is such a big part of it. We saw they were just much more easily winning those fights. And I want to talk about Zuka as well, because Macklemore, Loki, you can hit everything with Zuka. And the worst part is player positions are incredibly predictable on this map. It's either they're on the flank or if they're on like one of the stacks. Okay, great. I'm gonna toss a Zuka down there, and there's probably a 50-50 chance I kill someone whether I see them or not. Yeah, and that's the worst part.
And while they were always preemptive of where Kessid, they knew where Kessid was going to go defend, because as you said, there aren't that many spots to defend to. And while they were always running there and getting there before Kessid could get the position. So there was always a bomb there, always something firing at them. Kessid could not catch a break. They can't let that kind of momentum establish themselves. That being said, Tower Control is the game where you can get that momentum, where you can keep pushing over and over. In Clam Blitz, you need to take your time. You need to go back for the clams, which could give a little bit of breathing room to Kessid.
Yeah, you're at the mercy of the game and this game mode here. It looks like Kessid isn't changing their comp at all. I wonder if Wild's going to make some changes. Not the most that's changing from last match is now we're back to a V-Stamper. So we're bringing that Zipcaster back, which of course I'm always going to be a fan of a Zipcaster. I love the distraction game. But again, one change in the comp, is it going to be enough to determine those fights like we did last time is the bigger question.
Yeah, well, right now both teams just looking at each other, trying to find a way to get control. And it looks like Wild are winning the fights. Again, that's it. It's not about positions or coordination. They're simply fighting better right now. And they're getting the positions thanks to that. But I guess it's still able at least to defend their platform, to keep some ground. That is so important for Clam Blitz. But while they have a Super Clam ready, which means another fight won would give them a way onto the basket, Fufu.
Yeah, very much so. And again, I love the way Wild is playing. They're playing their fights, they're taking their picks, and they have their players set up. There's a Zipcaster in the back lines, and their pencil is just doing great at just intercepting a lot of the fights. You're staying alive, they have a cooler out, and they're supporting their teammates. Just an excellent example of what a backline should be doing on this map here. And I love seeing it now. What is missing is they need an opportunity to get that ball in the basket, because despite all of the space they're having, they do not have points yet. And the key word is yet, because they're slowly putting a bunch of pressure onto Kessid, and that's 3 down on Wild.
I mean, both teams have suffered big losses, but Kessid able to hold strong. This time, they were defending a bit safer, and that allowed them to really weather the storm, survive it, and get back into mid. But they lose 2 players once again. That crab tank is going to slow things down, but Kessid not able to get any ground forward. Wild is back on the attack and trying once again to get control of the platform, and they still get more and more spats. 2 down onto Kessid, make that 3. This time we are going to the basket.
Yeah, this feels like bullying a little bit, Pat, here as Wild finally gets some points on the board. But they've just been putting the never-ending pressure on the players of Kessid. They're 2 down right now. And look how purple the field is. And you know what's worse? Yeah. Spec is coming in with a Zipcaster to make things worse. It's just salt on the wound. They do need some points on the board. There we go. Getting some clams into the basket. But I think that's going to be the end of the push as the players are forced to step a little bit back here on Wild.
I mean, we saw Ips with the shot get back for more clams over and over and over, but the rest of the team was so busy fighting. The basket closed and Kessid gets to breathe a little bit. I say they get to breathe, but look at that, there's already 2 super clams ready on the side of Wild. Wild have Bazooka activated and they want it. They want to get back in there. Wild wants to play right under Kessid's spawn. They don't want to stop, and with that, we are on there getting back to the basket.
And look at this cheeky freaking. I think that was the pen up there. I was gonna say, if you take that cheeky position, I will give you a smooch from the commentator stand. I do not care. But that being said, 2 down on each side. But IPS, beautiful stuff there on the shot, able to sustain a life for now. But can they win this fight against the Stamper? That's the question. They are with the help of their teammate. And look at this, Pat. There's going to be another basket. A ball in the almost another ball in the basket. Just bare. Never mind, it's in. Okay, whatever.
It is in. It is back in. Well, they don't care. They simply move forward, and they put another super clam in. I mean, that's 3 down. That's Kessid breathing once again and repainting around. But Kessid, all they do is lick their wound and wait for the next attack. They need to be proactive. They need to win this next fight and then get some. We're about to enter the last minute, and it's been all Wild this whole game, Fufu.
Yeah, and it's really stressful because they're trying their best to sustain this. They are able to get some picks on the board, but again, IPS is able to fight here, almost taking out another. But again, 2 players here at the base of Wild. It's a big question is whether or not they're going to get this into the basket. 2 down here on purple, and that's going to be a potential ball in the basket, question mark? A potential ball in the basket, question mark? No!
Oh, once again, it is so hard for Kessid. Are not able to really get their control to get the points. 30 seconds remaining, and that's Super Clan surrounded by blue, and now with Azuka coming. This is so rough for Kessid. They're going to need an overtime miracle. They wanted to stay on the upper bracket.
Yeah, they need a way to sustain themselves, and right now they're not quite able to do it. And Wild having that power climb in their favor, and look how much pain is on the board. They currently have control of center. This is an extreme uphill battle here for Kessid, and this overtime miracle could potentially happen as long as they can keep their players alive. Booyah Bomb barely sustaining this player here, but it looks like everything is finally coming forward. They see a route to the basket. Pat, are they going to be able to get it in? It's a question, but no! They're able to take it and defend! That's game.
Yep, that's game, that is set, and that is Wild punching their ticket. No. Not happening. But Wild are qualified to grand finals. Kessid gets to wait a little bit more. They'll have to fight their way through the lower bracket finals. Fufu.
Yeah, there was like an air of desperation there for Kessid. It felt like as they continued to be pushed into a corner, it's like all steam was just gone. And that's the unfortunate part because of how close that first game was. And, you know, Wild did the great job of adapting to what they needed. They're like, okay, we're going to push them into a corner and we're going to add more fighting ability. And that's exactly what did it. They took Kessid out. But they may meet each other again in Grands. Who knows? But for now, Wild is going to secure their spot there.
Yep, they are. We're going to take a short break, Fufu, as we prepare to watch the lower bracket. We'll be right back in a minute.
And we are back with Paddling Pool. Thanks for waiting here from our short break. I am Fufu, joined by the one and only Pat. Hi, Pat.
Hi! We are now in the lower bracket. Because it's the lower bracket, of course, it's going to be a best of 3. It's going to be more danger. These teams are on the brink of elimination tonight. And we're going to watch Dodo the MVP going against Full Wipe 2026.
Interesting names we got going on here, and I'm gonna see if I can get a peek at their sendo real quick and see if we can get an idea of their weapons early on. But before I do that, I need to talk about the dreaded Urshan underpass that's haunting the middle of this match, because God knows if I was in this match, I would crash out ever so slightly. All teams better know how to play this map at some point. But again, if it were me, loud and correct buzzer, I hate it here.
Charger main.
What do you mean, Pat?
I don't main anything actually. I started the game as a charger main in Splatoon 2, but since then I've played all different kinds of weapons. These days I more or less consider myself a support player. But let's get in the game and see what these games play. And already Dapples are going on to a Macromart for tower control. You don't see Dapples outside of Urchin Underpass that much.
It seems like they picked that up a little bit too early, but I do want to talk about MVP's comp that is incredibly short range compared to Full Wipes that is almost all mid ranges. So I think this is going to be interesting, and I think Full Wipe may be able to keep this advantage if they continue the pace they're at, because they're just sniping them out. I mean, look at the way they're holding their range against, well, a short range team comp. Well, almost there, but they are able to get that first checkpoint and get some missiles on the way. So, hello? Tower?
Oh, well, the tower is taken back by MVP. Full Wipe will not be able to go through the checkpoint yet. And now MVP establishing themselves. They have a double tactical, which will give them a lot of momentum throughout this game, but they need to really find the way to establish themselves. Very nice plat right here by the blaster, but it's only a trade. We're still trading left and right to keep the game into mid, Fufu.
Very much so here. And, you know, as we're still in this neutral, it's really just waiting for who's going to be getting those picks on the board. And it looks like 2 down on MVP, and it's going to be actually even out on both sides here. Again, we're not getting out of this neutral, I think, for a little bit of a second, unless Full Wipe wants to say something about it. I like those missiles coming out here, especially in the crucial moment of pushing. But when you have another blaster here in your backline, it's better to take care of that before we get moving.
Yeah, and right there, both teams still fighting for mid 2v2 once again. We keep getting splats left and right, Fufu, with nobody really able to get all the control. Here comes the Zipcaster from the Luna, but that can create a lot of opportunities for MVP, who are getting the control. That's what you want to do with Zipcaster. Force the other team to get to the side as your team can get in, but Dodo, the MVP, still not able to get through the checkpoint. They're going to be able to dance on the tower just long enough to get through it, but still a very, very close game, Fufu.
Yeah, very much so. And it feels like MVP, despite getting that checkpoint, it feels like there's a little bit of struggle here pushing any forward, because I think this is where you really want that range. And, you know, that Zipcaster actually, I think, helps with that just a little bit here as, beautiful picks here from this blaster. Make that a second pick. And if you can get yourself up there and can confirm that last pick, you're in for a whole load of That's an S-Blast. That's not happening. I take it back.
Yeah, right now, thanks to the Booyah Bomb to seal the deal, Full Wipe gets back control of the tower. Push all of their opponents away. There's still someone behind them, but the tower gets back into mid, and we're back to that fight for the control, for the opportunity to move forward. The Zipcaster is activated a bit too early, I think. A Full Wipe is very much able to... Oh, wait, no, they're not able to fend it off. Right now, MVP is going to get more momentum, Fufu.
Yeah, very much so here. And MVP still holding that really nicely. Like, they don't have the second checkpoint down. Despite that push, no second checkpoint. So it does put them in a little bit of a finicky position if Full Wipe can make their way through. But I think MVP found the weakness that they've been wanting to exploit from Full Wipe, and that is getting in their face. If they can get in their face, all these mid-ranges aren't going to be able to do too much. But as the distance evens out just a little bit more, Full Wipe is able to regain control here of their base and is slowly moving towards the center. Look at, in the back. They're all the way back there making waves. Look at that.
Yeah, right now we see a lot of fight. It looks like Full Wipe has a lot of control over mid. And they're very cautious. They take their time to push. They want to make sure they have control of the whole map before they can go in. Going into this last minute, they don't want to leave anything to chance, as MVP is trying to get the flank, but it's not enough. Full Wipe keeps the momentum going. They stay on the tower, and now they're so close to the lead, as MVP is saying no. MVP is getting back on that tower, but MVP is losing a bit too many players. Having double blaster, it allows you to be so dangerous, but it's also dangerous for you as well.
Yeah, I think they suffered a bit of positioning problems there on that push, giving MVP that opportunity to sneak themselves in. We saw that flank from the blaster on the right here, and they are just kind of running in, trying to force those opportunities for themselves. But Full Wipe still playing a bit on the defensive, and it's a little bit rough at the moment because they don't have lead. 10 seconds, and this slower play is honestly their detriment as it stands. And they not only have to take this tower, but they have to also make sure they do not get rushed down. Well, luckily for them, MVP is currently 2 down and has to find a way to stop Full Wipe's momentum at this point.
Full Wipe going in, but the zip on the tower, the second the zip touches that pole, it's as if it was standing on the tower. That's MVP getting game number 1, thanks to, such an explosive way to play by them.
Very much so. And it did come in clutch here. Like, Full Wipe's comp definitely depends on, setting the pace, taking advantage of the range. There we go. It is a race to the finish, let's be real. But, and it feels like Full Wipe didn't quite utilize all the angles they could in the position they were in, if I'm being honest. It felt like sometimes they were stacked in one area, and I think that was definitely their detriment for the weapons that they had. But MVP, seeing that advantage, they were able to just rush in, because what are 3 mid lines essentially going to do against like 2 fast weapons that are coming in and are in their face? Let's be real.
MVP, they have their plan. They have the double blaster, double cooler that allows them to constantly throw these blasters forward in every fight, because they know they'll be able to get back in the fight right away. They don't need that much paint. All they need to do is get into more fights. The trades are in favor of MVP right there. And Full Wipe, they have more of a classic comp. They have more of the kind of weapons you want to bring as a pickup. They are facing a bit of better coordination, and MVP knowing their strength. I know MVP have been playing together for a while, and not under that name, but still, they clearly are able to use their strengths to their better, and right now it's on Full Wipe to find a way to stop these 2 blasters.
Yeah, very much so. And excuse me, speaking of like comps and players, I think MVP's comp is going to be incredibly beneficial going into the next match. We have Urchin Underpad's zones, which doesn't give you a lot of like flat ground. There's a lot of obscured corners, and I think their comp is definitely going to shine on a map like this. And Full Wipe, this isn't very good news unless you change your comp at the moment. You can't really bring that same comp you brought in last match into this game. And we're seeing why MVP continues to bring the same comp, and the only change on Full Wipe is the pencil to Dapple.
Yep, this is the Red Dapples map, which we love here at Dapple Productions, officially. But it's the map where players want to bring this weapon because, first of all, it's a fun weapon to play, and also this is the one map where the Dapples can work so well, where short range weapons work, where beacons really are useful. You have flank routes, you want to be able to go back in the action very fast. And right there, we see Full Wipe getting control over the zone already, but losing all of their players. That's going to be MVP getting the wipe out, getting the control. And now it's on Full Wipe to find a way back in the game, Fufu.
Very much so. And I want to talk about MVP's opening as well, because I love the way they all just spread out and then pincered Full Wipe into a corner. It was incredibly satisfying. And we're seeing the result of that right now as they were able to get that zone. But just as fast, Full Wipe is doing their best to get out of this defense, almost finding some success. But the zone points continue to tick in the favor of MVP. But with these Dapples finding their way to center, able to flip it here for Full Wipe, but being one of the only 2 players in center, they're going to be quickly forced back into spawn.
Yeah, and right there, MVP very much activating things, getting more and more, but Full Wipe, they're not able to get much, but Hammer didn't really find its mark, but now the main weapon is doing the job. That's what you want to see from your Splatana Wiper. Aggression, splats, and it's Full Wipe getting back control thanks to that beautiful move by the Wiper.
Yeah, very much so. And again, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. MVP is coming out of their defense at the moment, and they're almost capping the zone. They're going to cap the zone in the process. I hate the zone. I hate how small it is, because genuinely you sneeze on it and it will flip, Pat. And we saw that exactly happening right now. They sneezed on it and it flipped.
All you need to do, you need to sneeze harder than your opponent. That's how it works on zones. Or better, you need to keep your opponent away from the zone. Right now, both teams still fighting around, but with 2 players down, MVP don't care. They lost 2 players. They had a number disadvantage. But look, they're not letting Full Wipe sneeze on the zone right there. They keep it going. They keep the zone yellow, and Full Wipe is not able to apply penalty.
Yep, only a Dapple and an S-Plus could not save this game, and that is it. MVP with an almost clean game there, taking game 2 and the set, continuing through the losers bracket.
Yeah, clean 2-0 by Dono the MVP. Very much able to get control of both of these games. Shout outs to Full Wipe 2026. That's the French land that will happen in March. I will be there to cast it in French, and I can't wait. But it's been announced just today, so everybody's hyped. And but that's the end for them tonight. We'll see more of them in the future, I'm sure. But for now, it's going to be Dono the MVP. Moving forward on to the next round of this lower bracket, Fufu.
Yeah, and with that, we will be taking a short break until our next match is ready. But don't go anywhere. The action's not over.
we are back with Battling Pool 352. This is still Pat and Fufu. Donoda MVP qualified for the lower bracket semis. They are now facing all modes make Oma's Night sad. And let's get right in the game, Fufu. Starting with a good old game of Clan Blitz.
Yeah, very much. We love a good game of Clamblitz. Well, Scorchurge may not be everyone's favorite, but it sure is Arizona's signature, which, if you know anything for me, that's my home base. So I think very interesting enough, though, MVP is on the other side. MVP is currently yellow, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yes.
Almanite. How the hell? Almanite? Is that how you... Okay, Almanite is going to be here on blue, so just keep that in mind as we cast.
Yeah, and they are fighting hard. One player to watch on the side of Omanite is Spall, but I mean, they only have 3 players right now. They just got a DC. I guess we're gonna restart the game. We have some extra time to yap, Fufu.
Yep, so for those that don't know, right before this, Pat is in danger.
I am in danger. Fufu just threatened my life, and I'm very much in trouble. So if you don't hear from me after this tournament, it's Fufu. It was Fufu.
No, it's
Fufu
not.
did it.
No.
Yes, it is.
You
Yes.
hate Latinas, just say that.
I don't hate Latinas. What? Why are you saying that?
Listen, I support women's wrong, so I'm a woman and I have a sword.
Yeah, well, and I support you for that. Because I don't have a sword and I don't want you to impale me.
I have a gun if you... I have like an E-liter, like a life-size one if you prefer. I have to scope and everything.
I'm not a violent person. I don't want to
Pat.
fight.
You like Latinas. You're like safe for now, I guess.
Thank you. I guess.
Why are you thanking me? I just threatened you.
I don't know. I'm not used to being threatened, Fufu.
My fault, chat. Oh man, what is that? Oh, anyways. So, besides being threatened, how are you doing, Pat?
I mean, I've felt unsafe lately. I don't know why. Other than that, pretty nice, I guess.
It's just like a looming presence, and it's just me.
Yeah.
Hey, man. How you doing?
I was looking forward to casting with you, Fufu, but now I'm not so sure.
No! Listen, I could just be at the French land. Who knows? I could just show up on the other side of the world one day, and you would never expect it. Like, what?
Yeah, I guess.
Big Pat, I would never.
Why am I afraid?
No! Oh, man. That's Splatoon, huh?
Alright, I am getting notified that Jasmine, who DC'd on the side of all modes, is coming back, is reconnecting. And yeah, so we should get a game pretty soon. Sorry about the inconvenience, but yeah, I mean, we've seen Dono, the MVP play. Double tacticular on Clan Blitz can allow your team to take more risk, and we know that MVP like to take these risks, like to go in. The big question is, what will all modes do against them? They have a brush comp, so they will probably take risks as well. The big question is, which team is able to punish the other when they move forward there, I guess.
Very much so. And like, we were talking about MVP's pace, and I'm very curious to see if the game is going to be within their favor, because you can move with all the speed that you want, but if you don't have the clam spawns in your favor, there's a good chance you're not getting a clam at the moment that you want. So just balancing those factors and just seeing how long you can sustain not only your push, but your not only your space, but your points. And here, Almanite, you have a brush, so I expect a lot of flanks, a lot of distractions happening, because I think that's going to be one of their cores, and I feel like this is going to be pretty speedy going forward.
Oh yeah, one thing for sure, both of these teams want to run fast, want to run at each other. But let's get in the game. Hopefully everybody keeps their internet on this time as we go on to Scorch Gorge, Fufu.
Yeah, and I love seeing these early coolers helping MVP get directly into the fight, but I also like how Omnionite Splash does have their crab active and pushing MVP back as we speak. I love just the opportunity to give their teammates space to move forward, but what is this Dapple? Who are you in the back lines causing a mayhem? This poor Pencil does not know what's coming, bro. Like, they're going to get pincered despite the first clam basket being blue. There's not anywhere to sustain that.
I mean, both teams really moving forward, not caring what the others are doing. That's 20 points for Omanite. I mean, that's only 20 points, but given the fact that there was Dapples right behind them, they managed to still get points, to still control mid. And right now the fight is raging on. Jasmine with the S-Blast is forced to fight for their life. They won't be able to get much more though, and MVP is repainting mid in yellow.
Yeah, despite Omnionite having that first lead, I wonder how stalling this is going to get, Pat, because it feels like we have similar types of playstyles happening here from both of these teams, or similar types of game plans. You know, you play to distract and you play to fight, and so I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of this neutral gameplay as we've seen maybe for the last 2 minutes. No, look what
Hey, teams want to run forward. That's what they do. That's what they want to do, and the answer is coming fast from Omanite. The lead was taken, but Omanite is able to get a lot of splash. But remember, MVP has the respawn tools that allow them to get back into me, to get back in the fight, and that pencil for Omanite is forced to move back. MVP has taken the lead, and they still have control over mid, Fufu.
Yeah, very much so. MVP also remains in control of the lead for now here, seeing Omnionite with that little bit of a power clamp ready here, taking picks as they see fit. That's 3 down on MVP. This is the opportunity for Omnionite to go in. Where are we going? They're jumping out. Move forward. Get out of here. Get some points on the board. Do not give them any more time to retaliate here. And there they go. Points on the board here for Omnionite. Whether it's going to be a lead or not, definitely not. Look at Goku.
I mean, they had a good position right there, but MVP did not care. They simply went in, and that's the power of 2 blasters. You can apply so much chip damage so fast. That instant chip damage everywhere. MVP getting control over the map. But Omanite is still in the game. There's 2 minutes left, and the lead is so slim right there. A single super clam and a clam would give Omanite the lead.
Yeah, and I do see that S-Blast with the Booyah Bomb ready and pretty much ready to go as well. Looking to take more space here in the basket, but with one of the... Where are we going in the back? The Splash trying to get that crab, but I think we could have definitely used those buttons up front, which is super unfortunate. Are you about to... I thought they were going to run someone over, Pat. I genuinely thought they were ready to run someone over.
They tried to, but the jump happened right in time, right there. Omanite tried to push in, but once again, MVP punishes them, gets the splats. And that's a bit more time loss for Omanite. Omanite not really able to get the points they've been trying to get over and over.
Yeah, very much so. And like this, they've had multiple attempts as well. This is not the first time Omanite has seen the base of MVP, but they haven't really been able to sustain anything. And I think MVP is doing a good job at making sure that no matter how set up Omanite may feel, there's always some point of distraction. But it looks like there may be some holes in their iron defense as Omanite slowly moving forward. They are able to move and make some space here. See them getting that clam into the basket, and 1 clam is all they need for this lead, and they are able to get that. You want to extend that as much as you can right now while MVP is vulnerable and not having as much space as they could to function. Get your clams.
They get more splats and they get more clams. Can Omanite get the wipeout? Yes, but the basket closed. 30 seconds left, and I guess Omanite is very happy with the positions they have. They are staying close to that basket. They have 2 super clams, and they reopen it with more splats going their way. MVP had control for most of that game, but right now it's Omanite simply keeping their presence here with another tacticooler to simply stay there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed because Almanite did not sustain that push much at all. They had the clams. They could have just ended this before overtime even started in the first place, albeit slightly risky. But right now, MVP slowly making their way towards center, trying to make as much space. But Pat, if you ask me, there's not enough time and not enough players to make up this game. That is going to be it. And with Almanite adding some salt to the wound and putting some pressure on the base, that is game. Almanite takes game 1.
I mean, our MVP had control for most of that fight, and we saw Almanite push so close to the basket several times during that game without success, without really able to get much points. But in the end, what managed to give them so much control, so much presence, was their ability to win one fight, move just a tiny bit, win another fight, move just an extra bit, just a bit more, and they won 3-4 fights in a row just to get under the basket. But once they were under that basket, they were incredibly solid. They had the paint around, they had the specials advantage, they had the numbers advantage, and all they had to do was put the clams in, and they left the basket close. They didn't mind the basket closing as long as they were making sure that they would keep that position for them.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm glad it worked out for them, you know. It's almost a little demotivating when you're, you know, in that much of a... Pat, I'm losing the words. When you're that much in like a neutral, that much in a back and forth, just like, okay, but again, once they saw that breakthrough, that was it. And they're like, this is ours. They're comfortable. Now, we're moving on to a much different map. Yeah. It's Open Central. And it's Rainmaker, worst of all. Considering that they did good on Clamblitz, I think it'll be a similar situation here where if they're able to get their foot in the door and able to make a slight break, I think it'll do a lot of damage going forward for Omnionite here. It could be MVP too if they can find their way, but it feels like MVP is a lot more of like, okay, we're doing this in bursts, just based off last match.
I mean, this game is likely to play just like the last one, because especially in Rainmaker, it's your one big push that's going to decide the game. And we've seen both of these teams in the previous game rely on having their one big push. MVP around the start of the game, and then Omanite, of course, in the last minute, being able to really get that one big moment. And both teams have been playing towards that big moment. In Rainmaker, that big moment happens so much faster because on this map, once you're past the checkpoint, you're scoring 1,000,000 points instantly.
Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. That plat is that like plat. That plat.
That plat.
All right, Pat.
And what? Jasmine?
Huh?
What is Omanite doing? Spores switching away from the brush. I mean, that's a brush kit, but not with the brush weapon, I guess. And meanwhile, Jasmine is playing with the big swig. I guess that's going to give them ledge pressure and paint. MVP trying to get the early checkpoint, that was a bit too optimistic. Omanite is going to punish them from that. And now the vacuum that's what's on that weapon. That's why I didn't remember.
Oh my goodness. See, no, I'm more in shock because Omnionite is literally matching MVP's freak and going with a similar fast-paced, short-range comp. And I'm like, I'm almost concerned. What is happening? Because I missed my range. Give it back. And you know what happens? Your Luna Blaster just gets 3. You can just casually do that, apparently, in this game.
Never underestimate Luna. Luna can always do that. And here comes the Zipcaster on this map. Zip is so dangerous right now, and MVP is once again trying to get to the checkpoint, but they have to make do with the defense. 2 versus 2 right there. They're still able to dunk it, though that's a checkpoint broken on this map. Breaking the checkpoint decides so much of the pace of the game.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing MVP's style of playing in chunks here. They are able to get that checkpoint in their favor. They have most of their players are alive, all of them now here. Just a matter of slowly moving forward. But I think these waves here from Spore are going to prove humongous if they're able to just... They didn't actually do much, Pat. They didn't actually do as much as we thought they would.
These Dapples can fight. Thanks to the bomb, they can fight so much better than the other Dapples. The big question is, can they get in these fights? Can they cut the distance? Right now, both teams still fighting for mid. Omanite able to reset things in the middle, and Spore going in with the Julies. I mean, having Julies against Blasters is always a good move right there. Let's see if Omanite is able to get their way in, if they're able to push forward, and Spore is creating that space and is allowing Jasmine to get to the checkpoint right here. Oh.
Blasters fighting. Blasters are fighting, but as okay, Pat, we may have a checkpoint on our hands, question mark? No, we don't. I'm lying. I read the map entirely wrong. I'm tweaking out. You gotta bear with me here. But that being said, the way we're going around in circles is a little bit confusing. But with the Rainmaker back in MVP's hand, and not anymore, it seems like Omnionite is going to be pulling off a pretty flawless defense here, not really allowing MVP to get any more points on the board, and doing the smart thing and dropping the Rainmaker, not even giving them the chance.
You don't want to waste a second right there. 2 minutes left. Omanite have the time, but they know they have to use that time well right now. They don't have much control as Spore is trying to set themselves on to top mid. The bombs are being thrown left and right, but nobody's really able to get much control yet as the Rainmaker is being reset.
Yeah, I'm back to neutral go. It looks like MVP might have seen an opportunity here. Cooler's out, perfection, and a wipeout on top of that. Now, if you're them, you're running to make some points, and you know you have the lead right now. And I think the major thing to know on the side of MVP is that they are the only team with a checkpoint. So you know, I say rush, but actually they don't really need to. They have lead, they have checkpoint, but getting those extra points never hurt nobody, and so never does a splash down either. 2 down on Omnionite. MVP has massive control of the map and a lot of control of the base. This is dangerous for Omnionite.
Yeah, and that's a few more points for MVP going into the last minute. Omanite still not really able to deny, still not really able to get back in, but we know how Omanite can be dangerous in the last minute. They've been patient. Now the big question is, can they get that Rainmaker? Can they get that checkpoint? Can they get the lead? They don't have much time. Sam is grabbing as there is a vacuum to help them stay alive. 2 down onto MVP. This could be the opportunity as the Zipcaster is deployed by MVP. Omanite needs to go forward. They don't have much time left, but they're still able to keep themselves in an offensive position.
Yeah, and that beacon right there made me really nervous. But again, Omnionite's such a weird position to be in. They're nearly here at the checkpoint, but that checkpoint is just as much of a choke as it looks. But just damn narrowly avoiding the Dapples. They're playing this so slow. They're making me anxious, Pat, but they are able to successfully take that checkpoint. And with a wasted splashdown from MVP, this opens up the opportunity, the door for Omnionite. Are they going to be able to do it? Are they going to be able to get the lead, though?
Well, it's overtime. 2 down on MVP. They could do it, but...
No, they didn't.
They didn't. The defense by the heavy edit Splatling able to stay in. Oh, what? They did. Oh, MVP won. MVP won. They didn't. 1 point away, but they managed to defend.
Are you kidding me? That was right there.
They were there.
That was right there.
1 point. 1 point. 1 point is all it takes. But yeah, that's 1-1 between these two teams, which means all will be decided by tower control on Ink Blot Art Academy. Whichever team wins this next game goes on to the lower bracket finals. The other team goes home.
Yeah, and if you are either one of these teams, you really don't want to go home, especially with it being 1-1. That was tight. Omnionite just barely, dude, it was right there. It was right there. But yeah, I think this is going to be really chaotic going into the next match because we saw how close that can get. And I think one of these teams is probably going to be snowballing this to the finish, if you want my predictions, just given how they've been playing these last 2 matches. And we've seen how tower control can really accelerate the pace of the game. The game says you have no choice but to move. Go move, Your Honor. So that's what I'm hoping to see. I think this will be a very exciting tiebreaker.
I mean, you know what weapon class is really good on tower control, Fufu?
Blaster.
Yeah! And, I mean, MVP is playing double blaster. Omanite, they have a blaster main. Jasmine is very much a blaster main, even though they didn't play it, and they paid the price for it. I believe we're going to see the blaster come back from Omanite as well. And these blasters are likely to be what decides everything. You can completely deny presence on the tower, as Omanite is going back to the comp that gave them the W in game number 1.
Yeah, and I want to put a note here on Omnionites. They do have technically one less fighter in the option of Sam. Sam is still really good with that splash, but it's a little bit less consistent in taking fights, if you were to ask me, on the weapon class. But MVP is going to be moving forward 2 down on Omnionite, giving them that advantage here on the opening, which is exactly what you want on a map like this. You want that advantage, but as they say that, neutral still tends to be the general consensus of the map at the moment. In fact, Omnionite seems to be making the first move forward. Never mind. Yes, they are.
They are trying, but the answer by MVP punishing them one after one as they are getting the splats, and it's going to be MVP grabbing the tower, going in, and that heavy splatling who did get the splat on the Rainmaker at the end of the previous game is now riding the tower forward. They have the cooler, they have the presence, and they get the first checkpoint already, Fufu.
Yeah, and this is a snowball potential that we talked about before, but with 2 of them going down, I don't think it's going to be happening just yet. I'm pretty sure that tower will be returning to middle as Omnionite finds that advantage. Love that cooler's going out already, just setting your team up to get this push going without much, risk, and with the extra buffs on top of that. I'm never going to complain. That's what a good pencil does. You say, support, and profit from there.
Yeah, and right there, teams are still fighting left and right. It looks like Omanite are getting their control 2 down onto MVP, and Spall with a brush is very up high. I guess MVP didn't manage to get the cooler in time. They're paying the price for it. Omanite is going in, is taking the lead, and there's nobody to really control the second checkpoint. Sam is keeping the crab on the tower, and they're past the checkpoint. That's checkpoint advantage for Omanite, who lose a lot of players, but I don't think they mind. They got the points they wanted.
Yeah, and very much so. And if they could stop from MVP from ever reaching that ramp in the first place, they could still sustain this lead to the very end of the game. And, Pat, with how fast-paced this game has been going, it's only we're not even halfway through the match, which is insane. That is the insane part about all of this. But again, tower back in neutral, MVP just trying to see if they can find some points, but with the players going down, not really anything consistent just yet. That might just be changing soon as the rest of the players do make their... Never mind, they lost 2 again. This is Omnionite's field now. Well, almost with a little bit of damage. But it is their tower, and it is their chance to possibly extend this lead.
Yeah, right now, Omanite getting their momentum once again, getting forward once again. They have a lot of control. All of MVP is in the same spot, and you don't want to all be in the same spot right here. That is a huge attack by Omanite, punishing everybody. The splashdown will come, but will not punish enough. Sam doing perfect moves to dodge everything, waiting for the rest of the team to come. And 36 points remaining. That's a big lead by Omanite, Fufu.
Yeah, very much so here. And with MVP still on the back foot, they have a minute and a half to potentially make up the points that they want to make. But again, I love the way Omnionite is playing. They're taking their risks accordingly. They're playing off of each other. Honestly, it's pretty satisfying. That's the reason they have the lead at the moment. But as it moves forward again, they're forcing MVP back into a corner, trying to force them back into their base, because I think if they can do that, it is really hard to get out of that defense.
Yeah, and right there, Omanite keeping the momentum, keeping the presence, keeping the tower in their opponent's side of the map. That's what you want to do going into the last minute. Keeping momentum in tower control is so important, and right there, MVP are fighting their way back in, are forced to fight for each spot of the map, and thanks to the huge splashdown of the blaster, they're able to get some control, they're able to get some presence. Now they need to turn that presence in momentum as they are going onto the platform and they are pummeling that spot with the two blasters. They know they want to be up there in order to get the checkpoint, but Spore is under the tower with the brush. Crushing dreams, Fufu.
Crushing dreams indeed, but MVP isn't willing to give up yet as they have those last 10 seconds to potentially take that tower for themselves. And the bigger question is they're able to get it in the first place, seeing that hammer raid from Spore. And when you lose your Luna Blaster, that's danger here. That's a hammer. That's not happening. That's a wipeout. Omnite takes the game and the set to a close.
What a way to end it. Omnite, I mean, we saw them try Big Swig in the previous game. Jasmine, you're a blaster main.
You know, I'm honestly surprised that MVP sustained like as much as they did while they were like playing double blaster.
Yeah,
That's honestly my biggest like question mark out of this entire set. I'm like, how did you sustain that for as long as you did? It's probably just like the forward momentum. It's just like go my scarab, the comp. But again, Omnite had a little bit more stability, found a little bit more opportunity, and was able to get that point lead. That save from the brush was crazy. That brush taking 3, I think, saved their game.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the reason why MVP managed to go so far is because most of these players are in a team together and they know how to play with each other. That gives you an edge, that allows you, and clearly there was a plan on the side of Dodo the MVP, that you need everybody to be on the same page to make it work. They managed to make it work so far, but you need to always be able to cycle your coolers, to maintain your pressure, to put the chip damage on the same spot at the same time in order to move forward. Right there, Omanite, they were able to shut that down. They were able to get their control over the game, which means they're going to move forward on to the low bracket finals. We're going to take a very, very short break. Our teams are already waiting for us. We're only going to join the lobby, but just so we can set everything up and catch our breath a second, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
serious.
And welcome back to Battlefield 352! I am back here with Fufu once again to watch some more platoon action.
There's voices in our head that we're supposed to open, and I'm sorry you guys couldn't hear our friend here. We may be a little delusional back here. We're hearing voices in the head. But that being said, Kessid is back! Woohoo! Kessid is back. It's Omnite is coming in here from the last match, being our previous victor. I think this is going to be an interesting match, Pat.
I think so too. I mean, we have Kessid, our seed number 1 of the tournament, going against Omnite, seed number 3. We are in the top 3, so all is almost in order right there. And because it's a final, because it's for grand finals, it's going to be back to a best of 5, Fufu, as we get right in the game. Back to Scourge Gorge, this time for Rainmaker.
Yeah, I really want to note the interesting picks on both sides. Rapid Blaster, did they make a pact here while we were gone? Is that what happened? I think the more interesting part is that they still have anchors. They have anchors and rapid blasters. What is happening, Pat?
Well, one of these rapids is not like the others. One is a rapid pro deco, whereas the other is a simple deco. Right here, we see the normal deco that has the jetpack right there. Both teams trying to fight around the jetpack, and 2 vs 2 right there. Both teams know they need to have some control, and with 3 down onto Omnite, this could be the opportunity for Kessid to grab a lot of control, and the Rainmaker, they move in now. The objective is to get the checkpoint.
See, Pat, I'm a little bit peeved because it should not have taken that long to grab the Rainmaker, and it did. And I think that might just be their detriment. If they don't get this checkpoint, I'm going to laugh a little bit. But I think they are going to be able to secure that checkpoint one way or another, despite me laughing at them ever so slightly. Kessid finding that advantage staying. And Spore, I see, is going to be looking for some blood here very soon. No, I was about to say, if that was any better, that would have killed everyone.
Yeah. That was close, but that didn't work. Kessid got their checkpoint, and they still have their presence around the map now, getting the extra splat right here by the shot. That is a huge move. Kessid is maintaining their presence, maintaining their momentum. Oh, they lost. Oh, huge Zuka. They were about to lose a lot of ground, but that Zuka is completely evening out the advantage right there. Kessid are going to move back forward, and now there's no checkpoint to stop them. They can make a lot of points.
Yeah, and again, I love this position where Fake Me is at here, along with their pencil not being forced moved off of their pedestal. But that jetpack can do damage, and damage indeed. Looking for one more pick against a Rainmaker. Fake Me is able to find it here. What a move there from Fake Me on this Rapid Blaster. And not the pro, the regular Rapid Blaster, going for that jetpack. Let me make that distinction very, very clear.
Yes. Yeah, we do love that Rapid Blaster deco right there. Omnite breathing a little bit, but not for long. Lots of players are falling down, but Fake Me, once again, another blaster, more splats coming, and they're able to survive the landing as well. Kessid have the advantage. They have the lead right now, but a lot of mid is painted in blue right now, Fufu.
Yeah, very much giving Omnite the opportunity to move forward themselves here. I do see these whales coming out from Reze, which I think are going to be really helpful in preventing them from getting this checkpoint here. And, they're doing a phenomenal job. Sam, despite bringing this crab out, isn't really able to give their team enough space to move forward. Just get Mirage playing safe with this Rainmaker in hand, especially when there's an edit within your vicinity. But I think that patience has definitely paid off as Omnite is able to get a checkpoint of their own, Pat.
Not only of a checkpoint, Spore is way ahead of it, is able to maintain a lot of presence, is forcing everybody to look at them. And right now, Omnite, they did manage to get the pop, I think, but it was not enough. Kessid are back in the fight, and a beautiful Zipcaster will allow them to bring the Rainmaker back into mid. And now it's going to be their turn to attack once again.
Yeah, and again, they're taking a little bit here with the Rainmaker.
Oh!
Not the disconnect. Pat, the disconnect
That's
rules,
it.
it's way too late, isn't it? I'm pretty
yeah.
sure it's way too late.
I mean, we're entering the last minute. I don't think we're going to get a replay right there, especially since it's already arrived. That's Kessid, who still have a lead by 1 point, and right now they're pretty much guaranteed to get a lot right here. With 3 players only on the side of Overnight, Kessid are going to get 3 points. Woohoo!
Yeah, and Sport scaring me a little bit here with a bit of desperation in their eyes, but they are able to take a pick as a Rainmaker, but not without the rest of their teammates getting knocked out. This is a very unfortunate moment here for Omnionite, as with 1 player down and with Kessid that already had a lead, there wasn't enough points for them to even defend coming up here.
I mean, it is so hard to defend with 1 less player right there, especially when that's the blaster that's usually pivotal to a team's strategy right there. Kessid getting a few extra points before the end of the game. That's going to be game 1 for them, and I guess I'm not sure Jasmine will be able to come back. They were kind of complaining about their internet, and I don't know if what we're gonna do now.
Yeah, I'm hoping Omnionite can find a way to get their last player with some stable internet, or at least a sub, and it doesn't cause any more problems here within the game. But Kessid is going to be taking that first match just based on how our rules are set up here at Dapple. So, you know, if you're Kessid, you're like, great, this is awesome. You know, maybe they don't have to play drop back pump track zones. Because frankly, I wouldn't. But from the voices in our head, Omnionite does have a sub on hand, so they most likely will be subbing that player in instead.
Yeah, I guess the sub is probably going to come sometime. That's what you have to do. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. You need a reliable internet connection if you want to make it work. And it's not always the best. But Kessid is going to get that first game. One thing to note: Kessid were technically in the lead. They had the checkpoint earlier. And they had like a lot of momentum going into there, but it was very even. Nothing is lost. Overnight still has opportunities to get back in there, and we'll see what they decide to do. Right now, I guess Jasmine is coming back in the lobby, but
we'll find out. We'll see. Maybe we'll know. No,
oh,
it's
no,
a sub. It's a
sub.
sub.
Is coming. Okay, sub is coming. And we're now going to play Clan Blitz on Inglot Art Academy.
Oh man, this is very different from its tower control counterpart. Well, almost. It's still incredibly neutral in the center. It's like if you're stuck there for like maybe half the match, don't be surprised. But it can also get pretty snowbally once you get up to an enemy plat. It's like the game writes itself at that point. You know, you go on their plat, you have your on their bets, you throw ink bullets at them, profit.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing to note is that we saw Omanite play this map earlier, right in the previous set, and it was on tower control, but Omanite was very much able to dominate, to take control of every fight, to be on top of every single moment of the game. Now they're going against Kessid, our seed number 1. It's going to be a different deal, a different thing and altogether, but let's see what they're able to do with their new player, and if they're able to adapt and get ready to get back in there.
Yeah, and I want to make a note about the weapon changes. It seems like Omnionite has lost the rapid in the map change right now, but with 1 player down on each side, I'm curious to see how this neutral is going to unfold. So always waiting to see who's going to get those special first, who's going to get that man advantage, and Omnionite loses that potential with Kessid finding a lot of yellow on the board at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, big opening by Cassid right there. They have control of the map. They have a lot of clams as well. Even if the super clam is not ready, they know they can move in and get a lot of control. Now that the passes are done, they open the basket and they still have more clams to score and their presence to go in. The zip caster is deployed just to force everybody to look at the zip while the clams are going in. Look at that, 47 points remaining. I guess it is losing their players right there, but I mean, you can afford to get wiped out if you've scored more than 50 points.
See, but there may be a little bit of danger to this push right here, as they do have a pity clam ready on their basket here on the side of Omnionite. Maybe just giving them the free ticket to get some points on the board. And even more now, just the pencil left behind on Kessid. This is Omnionite's golden opportunity to get that clam into the basket, and doing so they do. Any points here would do great. And Sam, Sam, I love that crab. That crab, despite not lasting long, I love that position of crab. It scratches my brain. The concept of putting crab on a ramp.
Yeah, a very good position. Omnionite not getting the lead, but still with players on the ground, still ready to get the next fight for mid right there. And they're able to cut the distance onto the blaster and flank it with the brush as well. Beautiful move by Spore right here. Omnionite, right now, they keep the control and they're going to get another push in preparation. I mean, they still have to get enough clams, but they have control over mid.
Yeah, and right here, that was an unfortunate clash there, but with the hammer on Spore's hand, they aren't quite able to find a pick that they were expecting probably, but Sam does have that power clam in their possession ready here, but getting picked out by a Rapid. Again, that Rapid has been pulling away, doing a great job at just chipping players of Omnionite out, and it is enough with these picks from practically everyone to stop Omnionite's push right there, stopping the count at 53, which is just barely, but enough to keep that lead there from Kessid.
Yeah, that was close. And Omnionite had a super clam that they didn't manage to get in thanks to Kessid's big defense. But Omnionite once again, still on the board, still on the attack. That is their third push, their third opening of the basket. And all they need is one single clam to get the lead now. And they do it.
Yeah, it's like a never-ending storm with the players of Omnionite. They just go like, okay, we gotta push. Okay, we're out. Oh, we gotta push. Oh, we gotta push. And Spore almost hungry for more getting picked out right as that happened. But Kessid now has to fight the uphill battle as the tides have turned. What can they do from here is the bigger question. They just lost two of their three players. Omnionite now has advantage all over again, Pat. This is not great for Kessid.
You cannot underestimate how fast your opponent can respawn. If you do that, you pay the price. Omnionite always able to keep players to fight in mid even when they push, and that's what has gotten the lead. And now they are getting their fourth push because penalty is so low, and every single time their pushes have been small, but that means they don't have much penalty. They extend their lead once again, and they have an extra super clam. That super clam dancing around is not going to work, but they still save it for later. Omnionite staying dangerous, Fufu.
Staying dangerous indeed, and I think Spore is definitely keeping them on their toes. It's like, hey, there's a brush that's consistently threatening your backlines, and Kessid, I think, is definitely taking mental damage as they did lose three of their players again. This is gonna be a fifth push, Pat. This could be a fifth push. Are you kidding me? This could close it out.
Yeah, I mean, the crab is holding the super clam right there. Here it comes. It missed. Oh, the miss.
Oh my god, I have to like take a second. That's so unfortunate. That's genuinely so unfortunate, but Omnionite's not done. They're not sad. They're glad to be here. Are you seeing this? They're going at it. They're having a party. I don't know what to tell you. They're just a never-ending storm in Kessid's base, and honestly, Kessid feels almost like they're suffering a bit from how much Omnionite is just jumping them.
Kessid cannot get mid for free. They have to use their specials to get back in mid. And look at that, they can't stay in mid. They cannot stay in mid right here.
Oh, is that a disconnect? That's a disconnect, Pat.
That looks like a desync, but we're in overtime. It doesn't matter much. I think Omnionite right now are simply throwing bodies at the problem, making sure nobody can get to basket. That's going to be 1-2-1.
Oh my god. Like, it was so interesting to watch this match unfold because Kessid started off strong. They started off relatively strong, especially after taking the last game's win. But as the game went on and Omnionite was getting their footing, I gotta give a shout out to Spore because Spore was just like, la 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 la, literally just jogging across the map. Just being like, look at me. Hey man, look at me. It's like a disco ball in the middle of a room.
There were so many times where it felt like Kessid was about to take control, but Spore was behind them and forcing them to address the brush, because you can't ignore the brush. You die if you do that, and Spore has been playing that brush for so long. That's how you see how good it can be. And yeah, that's one. Yep, you have to pay attention. You have to fight the brush always.
Yeah, it's such a finicky way because it's like sometimes you're like, okay, come to me, little guy, and then other times you're like, oh god, the horse is here. It's a really finicky weapon to fight against, and unfortunately for them, they will end up having to play Humpback Pump Track. And I feel sorry for you guys. But that being said, I feel even more sorry that you guys have to play Hammerhead Tower because that's boring. This is boring, Pat. They chose it. It's their fault.
This is whose fault is it? It's Kessid's fault.
Oh man.
I wouldn't call it boring.
It's interesting, but also boring. Splat Zones is boring. Let me be clear. This was just weird.
It's weird. I think it's more weird than boring. I never know where to be on this map mode. And this is the kind of map mode where that will get you the most snowball ever. If one team gets control of the tower, if one team gets a wipe, that team is very likely to get a KO within the next 30 seconds. It's pretty much all I can say, because I really don't understand anything else about this map, that sometimes one team just wins, and I don't know why.
It's snowbally. It's because of the way that defense works on this map. You're essentially despite the offenders fighting the uphill battle, it's not nearly as bad as something like Flounder, but the way it's set up, you don't really have any exit points on defense, making it incredibly difficult to defend on this map. So it really is, whoever gets that first lockout will probably be seeing a knockout. Yeah.
Right there, Kessid is bringing the double cooler to be able to respawn more, to answer the constant attack of a Spore, I guess. Meanwhile, Jasmine is switching to the 96 Gal, to have a bit more fighting power again. That 96 can be very, very dangerous, but right now, we see the danger coming. Kessid lost 3 players, their last one is forced to jump away, regroup with the team. That's going to be Omnionite. Getting the first checkpoint and getting the momentum, Fufu.
Fantastic and dangerous start there for Omnionite as they are able to, as you said, get that first checkpoint, but this defense may just be in high spirits as the Stamper is looking to take blood, and Sam almost wanted to run him over here, and doing so, that's so unfortunate. We got vehicular manslaughter.
Sam has been so dangerous with these crabs, and it's a pleasure to see a good crab that doesn't hesitate right there. 2 checkpoints broken already by Omnionite, but with 2 players down, I think Kessid are able to get back some control. Maybe I speak too soon, though. All of Omnionite respawned and are back in the fight, are back on the attack. They don't stop, and because they managed to get so many splats, I don't think Kessid were able to maintain the coolers.
Yeah, not so much indeed. And, I'm more focused on Omnionite and Fake Me's crack and doing exactly what it was meant to do here. Fake Me doing exactly what they need to do in general, taking those extra picks. Sam's beautiful crab there and an extra wall here to protect the tower. What is this beauty? This is beautiful,
you gotta wipe out.
This is game.
You gotta wipe out. You win in the next 30 seconds. That's it. That's the game.
You remember when I said this was snowbally? I said never get that first lockout? Yeah.
Well, you said it was boring, and we didn't have the time to get bored, Fufu.
See, there's no time to be... Listen, I changed it, and I said zones was boring.
Because
it's boring. See, a fast snowball can be boring sometimes, but when the players do, almost picture-perfect plays... I I can't be that bored. Instead, I'm a little bit impressed. I'm like, that wall was perfectly placed. That crab was perfectly placed. That kill was perfectly placed. And I'm like, you know what? I can't. It's like watching those like satisfying like compilations. Give it to me. And I got it.
Yeah, well, that means Omanite gets the match point. One more game would put them in grand finals. But for now, it is not over yet. They have to fight some more. This time, it's going to be Splat Zones, but on Humpback Pump Track. A big map, not a boring map where a lot of different things can happen, Fufu.
Yeah, and the difference is, it's not Rainmaker, it's Zones. It's Zones.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think the concept still kind of remains the same. I'm like, it's like, great, you have mid. Great, go play the sides. Like, that's literally this map is. It's so different. It's like, it's our only non-hallway map. I'm so serious. It's our wide map. I don't like it. Get away from me. And listen, there's so many hills. It's creepy. Why are there hills in my Splatoon game? This is also why I don't like Urchin. It has hills. Get away from me.
I like that each map in this game is going to have something that makes it different, something that forces you to play differently, and depending on what weapon you're playing, it's going to be a different map that forces you to do something else. And on here, the chargers for sure, the backlines in general need to address the map differently because you have such a wide open range, because you're constantly flanking. I've seen, like, backlines flanking is a very viable strat on here. And honestly, like, it's what you have to do on here. If your team has control and you have the backline, go to the opponent's street, go take that space. You are perfect to take that space on the enemy street. And you kind of have to be the front line with the long-range weapon in here.
Yeah, especially my favorite positions there on the right that you could jump there from center. You can provide some excellent pressure, even with something like a pencil. But the fight for mid, it comes first here before any side positioning. And it looks like Omnionite is going to see that first advantage. Almost, they are going to be seeing it. Pat, it's going to be a little bit back and forth here as actually players of Kessid to make their way to center and looking to take the zone for themselves. But just with the cooler, they're all able to get back into center on the side of Omnionite. And just like that, they're able to get some picks on the board.
This is why the early cooler is so important. You know a lot is going to happen in that first fight, and a lot is still happening right now. These teams are prolonging that first neutral fight way more, but it looks like Kessid are able to take the advantage, are able to take the zone, and are able to clean up around the zone to make sure that they take the control. Now the big question is, can Omanite find a way back in? And I mean, there's always a way back in if you can. Okay.
Broken ankles! Those were broken ankles, Pat! I cannot believe what I just saw. I'm sorry. I had to point that out right now, but there we go.
And Spore is back on the attack, and that's a wipeout by Omanite. This time they're able to get back. Beautiful moves, but Kessid was able to get a good lead.
Very much so, and already looking to take the zone back from the hands of Omnionite. Omnionite pretty much has no penalty points, but you know, you got to be able to fight and sustain that. Kessid does take the zone once more, looking to maybe get some points of their own. I like how they immediately started playing the sides. That's what we do. Look how far up they are. Look how silly you can get. But their mistake was not quite covering every angle, as Sam is able to get their crab set up here on the right side of their base and allow their teammates entry to take players of Kessid out potentially. But it backfired, Pat. 2 down on Omnionite.
Yeah, I mean, Kessid able to keep control over the zone. And with no penalty left and the numbers advantage, Kessid is looking pretty good right now. Omanite has time for one final push, but I mean, they pretty much have to run at the zone right there. They drop in, they get the trades in, but they lost 2 players. Wait. Gets splatted as well. Kessid ties up the score. We are going to a game 5. Of course we are going to a game 5, Fufu.
Why wouldn't be, Pat? Is it really paddling pool without our game 5 here? We've been so long without it. We might as well have it now. And I'm curious to see how it's going to go. It looks like Cassid was finally able to put a dent in Omnionite's momentum going into this next game, but this is also a very different map than what we've been playing prior, and definitely benefited their weapons. Now, we're going into Rainmaker Undertow. And Rainmaker is the one that gets a lot of teams because you lose one of your players and you're a little bit slower, you make your own pace. The main part is you lose a player, you lose a weapon essentially for this big old slow fish. And I think that could definitely go either way here.
I mean, Rainmaker doesn't forgive a mistake. Well, if you miss, if you lose that one player that was supposed to stop the Rainmaker, the opponent get the checkpoint. Or they get more than that. They can get the KO. It can go real fast. And especially on this map where there are walls everywhere, elevation everywhere, you can hide, say, a brush pretty much in every corner of this map. Which means both teams will have to stay on their toes if they want to move forward, if they want to get control.
I would have to agree there. There's a lot of little tiny little spaces. But also this map feels incredibly tight at the same time. It's like your options are going to be pretty limited as you're starting out. And even on that defense, it can get really tricky because of that ledge. You want something that can either slosh over ledges or just peek those ledges. This is going to be our tiebreaker and our game 5. This is anyone's game, Pat. This is anyone's game.
This is for the spot in Grand Finals, and we see pretty much the same comps coming. Cassid dropping the pencil in favor of a heavy edit splatling. That's 2 coolers and 2 booyah bombs. That's what you call a game plan, I guess.
Indeed. And the startup is pretty interesting here. I think Keston is going to be the team that has the most turf going into center, but these whales may just be changed. I'm really waiting to see who's the losing player first, and that's going to be the S-Blast on Keston, giving Omnionite that exact opportunity that they want here. Moving forward, Spore, you're playing scary, man. You're playing scary. You're beefing with an edit that close range, but despite Omnionite getting that first checkpoint, they do lose 3 members here, leaving just Sam here in the back lines.
Yep, there.
Dude!
That's a bit action right there. Cassid and Omnionite still fighting for the control. The checkpoint was broken. That's big for Omnionite now. Cassid needs to answer, but the pop was blue. The booyah bombs are flying, but these booyah bombs need to find some opponents right there. They're able to get a few splats, but they're still not able to grab the Rainmaker. They need to move in as Omnionite is already in the defensive positions. Cassid is going to go to the side. Can they get the checkpoint, Fufu?
That's a bigger question. Those whales are going to be incredibly difficult, and with those whales taking 2 out, that's so rough for the side of Keston with the last player here and taking on the corner. That's a wipeout in the favor of Omnionite. Omnionite seems to have a really solid grasp of this match. Despite them losing that advantage, they were able to still hold the ground and keep things going here. They do lose Spore, but they do have a Kraken online to make up for that.
Yep, and right there, as the Rainmaker resets, Omnionite avoided the checkpoint, and avoiding the checkpoint being broken on here is a lot of time saved, and Omnionite gets a lot of splats. That's a delayed wipe, Fufu. Omnionite is going to go back to the left. Cassid is already there to defend, but I mean, Omnionite, they know that any mistake Cassid makes right there will give them more points.
Yeah, very much so. And, I'm almost scared here for the side of Keston, or I was scared before almost all of Omnionite went down in the process. It's almost like they bunched up there. It's like they almost get there, but something happens. That's out of that small hesitation that gets them wiped out. But it's just like, I think the second push that we've seen that they almost have the opportunity, but they go 3 down in the process, Pat. And it's a little bit scary.
Yep, right there. Teams are still fighting for mid. Cassid a bit too slow to answer what Omnionite is doing. Yet they have the booyah bomb over the checkpoint, though. Getting that checkpoint fast would allow them a lot, but Spore is behind them with the brush. Spore doesn't forgive. Omnionite is punishing, is not letting it happen once again, but it doesn't matter. Cassid able to win the fight anyway, get through the checkpoint, and with that repop, they're going to get the lead, Fufu.
Yeah, lead it, or almost get the lead. They haven't grabbed the Rainmaker yet. You
grab.
gotta push it just a little bit. There we go. Able to get the
Yep.
lead. Almost not at all there. But Kessid still has no. That's gonna be most of their players down. This poor jump is not seeing the light of day as Omnionite finally sees center all over again. I want to see if they're gonna be able to actually sustain a push this time. I want to see that same push because do not want to see M3 down, Your Honor. That was rough. That was targeted.
Yeah. And Spo is still moving in, getting more and more space. Omanite is going to get the lead back without much effort, and they're getting more and more points. 27 remaining is big, and we're about to enter the last minute. And Kessid has been playing catch-up, Fufu.
Playing catch up indeed. Their opportunity isn't over. They have no checkpoint to go through, and they just gotta make it through within the last minute. They are seeing some of those specials online. I think more importantly, this Booyah Bomb, and it's just a matter of where you're tossing it. Choose your battles wisely. Like I said, as this is one of your last maybe few opportunities to possibly get the lead. And as this fish, I want to see good use of this fish, but Pat, they just went 2 down. This is looking grim as time goes on.
Yeah, and right there, Kessid, they know they can't make a mistake. We're in the last 30 seconds and they lost 2 players. 20 seconds left on the Rainmaker. That's going to be splatted. That's 3 down. Omanite, Omanite right now, they don't even need to grab. They're grabbing because they can, but all they need to do is paint around and punish anybody that tries to come through mid, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, not even the Booyah Bomb is enough to stop them, giving them... Oh, that was almost a Booyah Bomb, but 5 seconds left. That's a wipeout on the side of Omnionite. That's closing it out. They are going to be moving forward. Kessid is out of the tournament.
Yep, big move by Omnionite. They're going to go in Grand Finals, where they will meet the team that I believe put them down here, which is, of course... Wild. I'm going to call them Wild because I cannot pronounce that.
Yeah, we are both in the same boat here, Pat. But as you said, Wild will be seeing... Well, we saw them literally as we started the set, and we will be ending with them. That is going to be Grand Finals here in a second. Omnionite moving forward.
Yep. We're going to take a break so we can make the lobby, and we'll be back with our Grand Finals.
Uh, Oh, and we are back here bringing up your grand finals of Paddington. We don't even have a time to think. I'm Fufu, joined by Pat as always. We still haven't changed beings. We have Wild versus Almanite here on Scorch Gorge. What are you? Scorch Gorge something? Scorch Gorge Zones.
Yep. It is Scorch Zones that was chosen by Wild. Wild have been waiting patiently for their opponent to arrive, and here we go. Yeah, this is the Mania Runes. Of course, we get mixed up in the name sometimes, as both of these teams right now are fighting for the zone. Wild has a bit of a presence. Spore is not able to take control of top mid, which means Wild right now are cleaning up, are holding strong, and they're in their position with that comp that they have. Wild in position is incredibly dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous indeed. Especially, I love how these pens get set up here. Maybe not so much anymore. Yeah. Granted, I've been in that similar position before, but I think, I'm a liar. That is excellent crossfire now that I think about it. It's just very dangerous for what it is here. And Mirage here wants a piece of the action, but Wild not quite seeing the sustain that they wanted, but are able to get a massive amount of points as they are forced out by Omnimite. Also, I said Scorch Gorge earlier, didn't I?
Yes, you did, but Omnite right there has taken back the control, and it's their turn, and they're going so far in. That's the power of a jetpack as well. That's really allowing the team to take spaces that they wouldn't. Sam activating the crab tank is able to deny some push right there, but with 3 down, it looks like Wild will be able to push back in. I don't think these jumps are a good move on the side of Omanite. Wild is back in control of the zones, and once again, well, they have the lead, and it's once again when they are in the positions they want to have. Wild are so dangerous.
Yeah, very much so. And they're definitely chewing through those penalty points. And those whales from Omnionite's side are trying to make a dent in Wild's defense, but not. They are actually able to get a chip out, but IPS's Crab is going to be putting that to a quick stop, delaying Omnionite's push even further here. Able to get a lot of chip on the board, but specials are now coming out from Omnionite. That jetpack from Fake Me could do damage, and damage indeed here as they are able to confirm 1 pick, but Wild still remains in control of the zones, well, neutral on the zones, and whether Omnionite taking it, they do.
Ooh, yep, they're able to get back on top of the zones and to get the splats to that. That's going to be Omanite not only applying penalty but scoring some more points. They don't have that much penalty to deal with. They'll be able to score very fast as long as they can maintain their presence. They already lost their splash. Now the big question is, can they deny Wild as they are trying to move in? And with 2 players down, Fufu 3 down, Omanite are going to keep control. No penalty. Now they're going to score points.
Yeah, crazy how fast this game moves, as Omnionite does have, is very much approaching that lead, less than 20 ticks there to potentially take this. They are going 2 down in the process. I don't know if they're going to be able to sustain this, Pat. That's a bigger question. Mirage forced to move back, and Sam here on a lonely crab in center, not making it out alive. That is the zone swap for Wild. They remain in the lead at the moment, but Omnionite definitely made a dent in those points, giving them that opportunity to potentially resume later. But with Wild now in position again, we saw how long they held their push last time. There's a non-zero chance we see that again, Pat.
Yeah, right there. Wild is back in control. Oh! The power of a pencil right there with the help of the teammates to apply the chip damage. That's why this comp is so dangerous. There's constantly chip damage everywhere, which means everybody on the other team is always 1 shot away from getting splatted. But Spore with the flank, with the brush, getting the presence. Omanite still alive, still in this game. But with 1 minute left, they need that hold to work.
Very much so. And Wild finding themselves on the back foot all over again. Ryu with that cooler ready. You might want to be tossing that to your teammates very soon. Getting them prepped here, juiced up for whatever push comes next, or defense really in this case here. No penalty points left for Omnionite. And as Wild lose players, so does Omnionite. And they're all bunched up in a corner, giving them free picks on the side of Wild. Neutral zone, Pat. I think this is now Wild's turn to take back control of the zone. Able to sustain their lead here. and that is bloodshed for Omni-Knight.
Yep, Wild once again back in control, still with the lead, and with only 15 seconds left, and that Zip going in, getting the extra splat. Spore, last squid standing for the team. That's going to be rough right there. I guess Wild will take game number 1.
Beautiful, beautiful game. That game went by so fast, Pat. I blinked and it was over. But this is Wild's game. Despite waiting for so long, they are definitely still warm on their controllers, showing their strength here through this first match.
Yeah, the very good control by them. I mean, we really saw Omni-Knight being able to maintain presence, being able to fight, to go around, but Wild were punishing harder, were able to constantly have that power. I mean, with that combat they're running, you know they're going to be reliable. You know that whatever they do, they will have opportunities to play together as a team, because whatever one of the teammates does, the other can complete the kill. Whatever chip damage you get, the pencil can finish the job. The stamper can finish the job. There's always something to help you splat.
Yeah, very much. And that's satisfying, but that team synergy is very important. And we saw why. Wild did take this first match. Well, despite it being part of the equation, they definitely followed up with everything else. And Pat, I want to move on to the next map for a second, because we haven't seen Manta Maria this entire cast. Like this, I haven't seen Manta Maria in a while, actually. It's my first time seeing it in probably my last 3 casts. And frankly, I don't miss it.
You're so harsh on maps. I love all the maps, for the record. I mean, Manta Maria, especially for Rainmaker, is, first of all, the checkpoints are a formality. Whether you go to the right or to the left, you grab the Rainmaker and you immediately dunk onto the checkpoint. What matters is what happens after. And the fact that you can go both to the right and to the left is very important, because it's about how you go there. You always have the opportunity to go into the enemy territory, but what you're able to do from there is usually what's going to decide the game. And we're going to see what these teams are able to do. Remember, Wild, they are up 1-0. They are on the upper bracket side, which means they only need to win 1 set. And they're adjusting things a little bit. Normal splash instead of a shot. They changed the stamper to have a Booyah Bomb. Meanwhile, Omni-Knight are bringing back the 96, and Sam is switching the splash. That's the third splash. That's the splash that you never see.
I'm actually really for this change, honestly. Storm is humongous now, and with how limited the streets can get on this map, I think that's an excellent choice. Crap feels like it has limited opportunities on this map, and I think Sam realized that and brought out that Storm. I love these changes, I love these choices, and Wild finding the opportunities. That's 2 down on each side, actually. At first, Wild had a lot of that advantage, but it looks like Omni-Knight is quickly able to turn that around. Sam themselves bringing that Rainmaker to the checkpoint. First team through with that is almost makes Omni-Knight sad.
Yep. Rainmaker has been grabbed. They get the checkpoint as well. Right there, the Kraken is ahead of the Rainmaker, but the rest of the team was splatted. That's not going to work. And Wild will bring the Rainmaker back into mid. Mano, as with the Booyah Bomb, they are in control a lot. And, oh no, they're not able to get the dunk.
Not quite. Stops right there at the base of the checkpoint. Omni-Knight barely saving that. Yeah, I know. It's like, it was right there. It was so funny because everyone was just shooting at it. But my concern is they haven't brought the checkpoint, not the checkpoint, the Rainmaker forward. The fish is still at the base of Omni-Knight's checkpoint. Question mark?
I mean, the fish is right there. It's going to reset into mid as Wild is kind of forced to move back for now, kind of forced to wait as, I mean, right there, all of Omni-Knight has a lot of control, and that pencil is forced to move away. Spore going in, able to get a lot of attention as Sam, how did you get there?
The power Sam is one that should not be questioned. We've seen it once too many times here, Pat. But as we say that Omni Knight does lose 2 members, giving Wild finally that opportunity to check that checkpoint. They could get the lead here as they play the cards right. You know, play your cards right is taking out the pen. That is playing your cards right if I've ever seen it. That's a lead. That's a lead, Pat, and we love to see it.
That is how you Zuka, that is how you grab the Rainmaker, dodging the Kraken to get down to 20 points remaining. That is big right here. And now that's suddenly Wild is in a big lead. They know all they need to do for now is pressure their advantage. They are staying here, maintaining their presence, forcing Omanite to double guess everything. They're gonna regrab. Wait, that's a wipeout. That's game. They get KO.
That's game. That's it. Just like that. One wipeout is all it takes to end your game, Pat. And we exactly saw that. That's just like that. Just like
Rainmaker,
that.
I mean, you get wiped out with the Rainmaker so close to the end. You pay the price. Well, simply, and they were super patient. I don't know if you noticed, they kept the Rainmaker in that spot for so long because they knew they didn't need to bring it more forward. They knew they could simply wait for Omanite to make the mistake, to get that extra special that would give them that extra fight. Wild got that victory simply by waiting in the right spot. They had the advantage. They knew all they needed to do is to wait for their opponent to panic, and they got that free win.
Yeah, it's crazy what a little bit of patience, even in a fast-paced game such as Splatoon, does. You never know if your teammate, the opposing team is going to run out of patience themselves, and that's it. You know, we went from one snowballing map to another because we're going to maybe one of the more notorious snowball maps. We're going to ship-shaped tower control. Now, I like this map sometimes I don't. It depends on the day, depends how I'm feeling. But this is definitely get your second checkpoint. Call it a day. Don't bail out, and you could have a knockout on your hands.
I mean, we've seen tonight how tower control is very much the mode of momentum, where really, if one team is able to get through, to get something moving, to get their presence forward, they can get the KO very fast. On here, it's hard to get momentum because that first checkpoint, it takes a lot of time to go through, and people kind of underestimate that. It's one of the longest checkpoints in the game. There's only 2 checkpoints here, but they're very slow to go through. But once you're past that first checkpoint, once you go across the opponent court, the game goes very fast. And I've seen more than one KO between 2 teams that looked very close with each other.
Yeah, I think it's funny you bring up the 2 checkpoints because really there's only one. Let's be real. That first checkpoint is a nothing burger.
It's not. It is not. I will die on my hill. It is not.
That's a nothing burger, Pat. You cannot convince me otherwise. It's literally right there. It's literally like a sneeze away. It's like once you have the advantage, you know that checkpoint is leaving. That first checkpoint's nothing.
Stay there so long. If you have an E-liter, sure, but that's checkpoint. It is so slow to go through.
E-liter. Oh my god. It's okay
well, look
sometimes,
at that.
I guess.
Look, there's the checkpoint. They're about to die right there. Oh, that easy checkpoint. Look what's happening. Okay, they're getting the splats, actually. They're gonna get through. But still, I rest my guess. I will die on this hill. It's not an easy checkpoint.
Look at it. This is a nothing burger. This is a nothing burger checkpoint.
Fight for it.
Okay, look at it. They're not even fighting for it. They're done
fighting now because it's been so long.
See, everyone got to make space while the nothing burger checkpoint got completed. It's no biggie. And now see, we're getting to the real checkpoint. You see how little time that took? I'm sorry for rage baiting you, Pat.
Fine. Well, they're not able to get to that checkpoint. They get splatted left and right. Omanite, okay, no, well, Omanite's still on there. Fine. Omanite's gonna get the KO, I guess. Omanite suddenly woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, I mean, unless IPS can do something here in the back line, it looks like they are able to get a little bit of... Nope, that's game. Pat, we know this. What did I say?
Okay.
What did I say?
Fine!
what I say, not only is the
But
first
there was
checkpoint not
no
the burger, you get to the
checkpoint,
second
actually.
checkpoint, you might as well have been none. Because the second you got to the second checkpoint and it was gone, see, that's the real checkpoint. Once it was gone, suddenly they knocked out. Crazy how that works, right? You never fight with a lesbian, ever.
Okay.
I win. No, Pat. No.
You're threatening
That's what makes
me
it fun.
again.
I could be.
Please don't.
I'm kidding, Pat. I would never. I will not harvest your organs. Don't worry. You're pretty safe.
Thank you.
Why are you saying thank you? Okay.
Well, I like not having my organs invested.
I thought you were going to say you don't like having your organs, and I was going to be very concerned.
I love my organs. I want to keep them. Anyways, on to the game. On the night, managed to get the win. They're still in there. While they're still on match point, make that tournament point because they are on the winner's side. Overnight needs to win the next 2 games, and they're going to one of the maps where we know they're good, where we've seen them play incredibly well. It's going to be Clan Blitz on Inkblot.
Yeah, and it definitely makes sense that this is their pick on top of that, but that Rapid Pro still making an appearance, and Wild actually going with the comp that we have all seen one too many times, but don't fix it if it ain't broke. I do still like how that comp works in practice. That being said, Spore, I'm expecting that mayhem, and already seeing here right off the bat, Sam's actually bringing the mayhem, but also going down with that.
Yeah, Sam paying the price right there. Spore punished the basket. That's the brush for you. That's the typical brush move. I don't think it's that good, but I guess Spore thinks differently. They're able to apply some pressure early. That's lead for them, but now it's Wild that has the special advantage. That is getting splat after splat. Kiki opening the way on to the platform. They don't care that they have Spore behind them. Wait, what? What just happened? Everybody died! Everybody just died!
Dead. Everyone in McKinney is dead. That's literally what happened. I don't know, and apparently, I'm out of words, but Omnite is able to finally make their offense. Well, almost everyone's here on the left side, Pat. No one's covering the right side. This is how we get pinstered, and they're losing players because of it.
Yep. And right there, it ends up with both teams looking at each other, waiting for a better day. Omnite have their super clan, but they're forced to wait for a way on to mid. They have their stacks, but they're not able to do much with it, especially because of a Booyah Bomb from Wild. Wild are retaking lots of control right there, but Wild just lost 2 players once again. I guess that was a big bomb. It's a wipeout. Overnight has the super clan this time. They reopen the basket, and I guess they're gonna score more clams.
Yeah, a lot of clams while they're at it here. I mean, look at that, bringing that score already past the halfway point and looking to get more clams. They do need someone actually grabbing those clams, because as it stands, they have none. I mean, they have literally 1 in their pocket between all 4 players. So that basket wasn't lasting very long. We could say at least that much. And Wild finding an opportunity to fight back themselves, not without losing 2 of their players, 2 of their frontliners. Worst of all, and their pen on top of that. Omnite's going again. They're going for another one.
That's Overnight on this map. Even when they push, even when they lose so many players, they're still able to respawn fast enough and to win the next fight in mid. Which means Wild, they had to wait a little bit more. They don't have much advantage despite being able to defend earlier. Now they have to mount a push out of nothing. They activate their specials, but Spore is going in, getting the trade with the super clam. It's not enough though. Wild put 2 super clams in the basket and open their score.
Yeah, very much indeed. And they are able to defend just fine against this 2 down on Wild and looking for definitely more, but they are not able to get the lead. Again, 1 pity clam is enough to get rid of those penalty points here on their next push, so the lead really isn't that secure for Omnite anymore. But with the record Omnite's been having this entire match, and of course with their previous times playing this map mode, there's a good chance we're going to see another 3 pushes this match.
Yeah, and right now. That's 3 down onto Omanite. Wild are getting more and more momentum throughout this game. The Super Clam is jumping in, but they lost so many players to get that super jump spot. That's a delayed white in favor of Omanite. Omanite still has the lead, and now they have control over the whole map, Fufu.
Over the whole map, indeed. It feels like Omnionite's definitely dominating the field, and despite Wild trying to replicate the mischief that Omnionite has, wait, they might just see the opportunity. A lot of this mid is turning yellow here. Kiki able to get a beautiful pick here, and looking for one more on Fake Me. I love the S-Blast positions. I mean, it scratches my brain. The concept of an S-Blast playing Ledge is crazy, isn't it? But with that Booyah Bomb in play, and so was a Cooler, they have the chance to get a push of their own here, and they want the lead, but Wild taking the excellent S-Blast all of the way. Omnionite completely taking advantage of that, moving forward. I mean, look at Spore already. What was that?
Well, that's happening left and right there. But Wild are able to keep that Super Clam, but they're not able to keep control of mid with 30 seconds left. All these clams that they have are not that useful. They need to be able to move forward. They get the splat. That's going to allow them to move back in, but they need to get in the basket now. 20 seconds left. They open it. 1, 2, super clams in. They get the lead. They are winning the tournament right now. They lose 2 players, but as long as they can keep the action on this side of the map, they're going to be your winners. Omanite forced to defend right here. The basket is going to close, but now they need to mount a push. They need to save that Super Clam. Spore going in. Spore needs to create the opportunity for the team. Spore dancing around. They're going forward. Sam is in there. Sam has the Super Clam, but gets punished.
And just like that, that's going to be game, Pat. There's no getting out of here. That is going to be game. Wild are just there. The whistle blows, and Wild is your winner of Paddling Pool. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Omanite, they were looking so strong throughout this last game. They were controlling the pace of the game. They were controlling mid most of the time, but while they found that one opportunity to push, and from then on, it was over. It was Omanite struggling to get back in, and in the end, Omanite was indeed a bit sad. They get silver medal. Wild is going to get our top spot and the crown of this paddling pool.
Yeah, it was so close at the end there. It was just those 2 power clams that went in were just beautifully executed. It was like the stars aligned there for a while just to close it out here. You know, they came in through winner's bracket and they're going to end it just as swift. Well, almost as swift, man. It's a small game loss, but Omanite played amazing today as well. Like, they really pushed these matches to the edge, and it was just a pleasure to watch both of these teams play.
Yep. Incredible tournament that we've seen right here. And that's going to be it for us. That's going to be it for the tournament. Thank you so much for watching. Before we go, Fufu, do you have something you'd like to plug?
Well, you guys can find me on Blue Sky on @SplatFufu. Hopefully I'll be returning to a little bit of drawing, and of course to keep up with any commentary blocks that I have in the future. And of course, big shout outs to Naga here for casting and observing our tournament today. Pat, where can the people find you?
The main way to find me is on Blue Sky. I mean, you can find me on Twitter on the handle that you can see written on your screen. If you remove the underscores, you can also find me on Blue Sky, where I speak sometimes. And that's pretty much it. And yeah, special thanks to our observer Naga. And we'll see you on Friday for Triton Cup. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.